Okay, so hello and welcome to our next Star Wars session showing the end of the Edge of the Empire playtest. We started off with the alternate way of creating story points, which is showing a very swingy story point option where you can go from 1 to 2 white to 1 to 2 black, with black being far more dominant on the dice. So the odds of rolling white are a lot less than black, and the odds of rolling 2 black are a lot higher than rolling 2 white. So from a mathematics perspective, you did quite well to get mainly white.
Yes.
I prefer the Genesis version of doing it, where every player gets a white and the GM gets the dark. Because that is a fairly fair starting point for people.
Yes. But this is more interestingly cinematic.
It is very cinematic, but you can start off with all black. Which means you're waiting for the GM to drop the hammer on you throughout the entire story.
Well, at that point, a nice GM would have one at a time, not all at once.
I did put the rule in there to stop completely blowing things out of proportion, one per dice roll. Literally, the rules are you can spend multiple on the dice roll as long as there's only one per actual part of it.
Yeah.
So, literally, the heroes can spend it to save themselves, and the GM can spend it to complicate things.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you could complicate it without it actually killing anybody.
Yes. That's what I like about it being complicating.
It just threatens you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the red dice are literally called the challenge dice, whereas the purple dice are called the difficulty dice.
Yes.
So I do like how they name them appropriately for how they turn out in play.
Rather than the stuff you a lot and stuff you. Which some GMs would do anyway.
And then the black were labelled the setback dice, and the blue were labelled the boost dice. And I believe it was ability dice is the green, and yellow is the skill dice.
Yep.
Even though technically your skill
Yellow
is not the tone. Proficiency, yes. So proficiency. They don't use the word skill, so it doesn't confuse you with the actual skills.
But it's related to your skills.
It is related to your skills, but it represents the lower of the ability and the skill. I just remember it relating to the
It's
skill.
a rating of how much they overlap.
That is correct. Okay, so today at the table we have Paul.
Who is Hash, who is a perfectly normal transporter of cargo and freight, and only incidentally feels the need to carry a pistol and hide behind things.
Next at the table we have is Kessler.
Hello, I am playing Oscar, the Twi'lek bounty hunter, who has been set on trying to get back her sister and get out of the situation between these warring factions from Ryloth and the Hutts. Just doing what she can to provide for herself and her people, and if that means being the most badass person in the room, that's what it takes.
Yes, well, you are doing the nice, walk of hero sort of thing. I could almost imagine the hero music going behind you as you walk.
I feel like she's a little intense.
Well, it's valid for a hero.
Okay. Could be like Cronky, do your own theme music.
No. I feel like that's Mathis following along.
Right. So you're the hero and we're all the sidekicks.
Not necessarily.
Next at the table we have is Peter.
Happy to fly you places.
Greetings. I'm playing Lorik, the Wookiee hired gun. Currently my motivation is to cause as much problems, damage, death as I can for the Hutts. Timo, primarily.
What would a
Currently putting together my skull collection.
What would a Hutt skull even look like?
I don't know, but I look forward to finding out.
About this wide, just for a start.
He could turn it into a bathtub.
There you go.
Soak my feet in it when I've had a hard day.
Yeah.
I bathe by Hutt skulls only.
Yeah.
Next at the table we have is Ariadna.
I play Sasha, a disenchanted ex-rebel scout. Having
That one is sharpened.
a fair amount of almost deadly encounters with the Imperials. I'm not a fan of them either. So now I'm trying my hand at basically being a rogue, I guess. Is what we do.
Yep.
Smuggler, transporter of items in many different ways.
Recoverer of antiquities.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let's put it that way.
Of course, who you recover it for is, not important.
I robbed from the rich.
Who wants to pay for
Gift
it?
from the poor.
And while I was freelancing as a scout, I struck up a friendship with Ascara and Mathis, and I'm now following my path down into the world of smugglers, and hopefully a life better led.
Yes. Online today we have Stefan.
Hello, I'm playing Mathis, who I'm starting to suspect is not a very good mechanic. I think he's turned into a bit of a comic relief character, and the only success he's had was in the last playthrough, where in Fit of Psychosis he started a bar fight and proceeded to murder a bunch of people.
Look at this way, you have been very successful every time you've reduced yourself to fists. But I have to say, you are a fairly good mechanic. The downside to you being a mechanic is you haven't had a lot to mechanic.
Yeah, I think there's something a little bit more to that. I think he might have had a few too many hits on the noggin, and things exploded in his face, and lack of education.
I feel like that's just what he knows of what mechanical stuff does. You don't know if it works if it doesn't blow up in your face.
Yes, and unfortunately, when someone said use your head, he got it around the wrong way.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
We do have a droid NPC at the moment with Ross potentially being unavailable or late. So he is 41 Vex, the colonist character who really wants to heal everyone against their wishes. Which will become far more interesting when his desire for healing might not equate to how you want to live. Especially if he finds for to be detrimental to your health.
And if it holds too many fleas, you need to shave that.
Yes. Or finds a nice box of prosthetic parts and decides to use them.
Yes, you seem to be lacking in coordination. Here, let me just lop off both those arms. Oh, I've only got one arm. Oh well, that's okay. You can do without the other one.
I'll get you the other one later.
Miss Twi'lek, it looks like your tails seem to be getting in the way. I think he needs to just trim those up a bit.
We'll fit in the helmet better.
Yeah.
Yes. Where did the term brain tails come from too? Because it's always been head tails.
Brain Tales was done in some of the actual novels.
Yeah,
The Jabba's Palace ones.
Yeah, but basically it's one author. Everyone else it's head tails, and
It had a bit of slang in both from Lucas. He used both.
Yeah, but there's nothing saying there's brain in there.
Yeah.
What?
That's a GM
Lucas
choice.
not having a fully fledged
They're
out
also
war? Crazy.
they're also supposed to be partly. They've actually got muscles in them that can move on their own.
Yeah, they can move
Partly
independently.
prehensile is the one. Yeah.
They're supposed to be fairly dexterous because they have the entire language around it.
Yeah.
The main part of it being brain in it is that the very top of it has no skull protecting the brain.
Yeah.
So basically something that shoots the tail off hits the brain at the same time.
Yeah.
And
You can lose the tip
it
of that
makes
worry.
for an interesting story role when you want to play someone who's particularly evil. If they take off enough of the tail, that'll affect the brain. It's far more evil than, say, someone who just takes an arm off or a finger off.
Whereas a lot of the other ones that have things that grow out of their head, they generally don't move, or there's just so many of them it looks like hair. So they have quite a few different versions
There's a lot
of
of
it in the
different
setting.
things.
So, last session.
Oh, sorry.
But did you want to add something?
It's just a comment
It's also possible to have
related
4
to
tails.
the diversity of Star Wars.
It is quite diverse. Last session we did have you on Ryloth, and you were dealing with returning the partly maimed Twi'lek back to his village, where a bunch of drunken humans and Aquila showed up to be shot in the face, mostly.
They did that rather well.
And then you proceeded to follow the tracks back to where they came from, which was a rather simple survival check. If you had 1 rank in it, you didn't actually have to roll. Of course, it is possible for someone without any ranks in it to completely lose the tracks, but they still had a chance of against 1 purple.
Yeah.
There's always a chance of failure when there's a dice roll.
Yep.
And then you went and started a bar fight. Captured the leader of the group. And then made sure his minions were unavailable for future episodes.
They were incidental anyway.
And we eventually fed
He
him
made them
to the
100% incidental.
to the people of the village, didn't we?
You did. That's how you finished out the session. Is you handballed the what was going to happen to him to the people he'd been punishing.
And they were fairly merciful in our view. They gave him a head start.
Yep. And what I find interesting is the world's supposed to be tidal locked to the point where one side is dark, one side is sunny. And yet it still has nighttime conditions.
Right.
How does that work? That makes no sense.
Because they changed the law halfway through the 50 odd years of Star Wars
Yeah.
that Rayloth no longer has tidal lock, and now will go night and day.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you just need a big old thing that can get rid of those pesky moons for you. And or those dual planets that have you tidal locked.
Well, I believe it has like 3 to 5 moons, so the moons could potentially provide a night, but not that much,
Yeah, exactly.
and not full nighttime conditions.
Yeah.
So it is amusing when you compare how things change over time. So we are at the point where you were going back to meet up with the girl who had information about who you had asked for information.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, we were gonna go
Thingy.
to
Back to Nabat is the place.
yeah. The Geonosins.
Yes.
Okay.
Something with them.
So as you reach Nabat, the spaceport seems particularly busy. As you guide the speeder through the city gates, you can see a great crowd milling about the landing pad. It seems that a number of craft freighters of all sizes have arrived today. Trolleys and droids bearing trade goods from worlds all around the Outer Rim push their way through the crowd. Humans, Twi'leks, Bothans, Trandashans, and Aqualish are among the myriad species negotiating deals, buying and with buyers and spaceport staff.
What?
Mm-hmm.
gonna say, this is where we're trying to keep a lookout for any known Hutt associates.
Okay, so your character gets to make a knowledge check.
Yep.
Are we heading to Genesis?
Well, you've got to get back to your ship first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would my knowledge be? No, it's just a basic one.
Okay, so that works out as a success. Oh, sorry, you also have to make a hard perception check. I missed the other one.
I can do that too.
So is it just a scar?
Oh, it's just the one who called out what she was doing.
3.
And yeah.
I'll follow what she's doing right at the moment.
No, it's a fail.
Okay, so we'll see if someone else does point it out for you. You
Failure
can give
failure
you can
advantage.
give someone
Blue dice.
a blue dice advantage.
Yes, please.
So
Who
Who
else?
else?
So that does
I will look, but I'm not the best person to do
you're
this.
not you're not a good looker,
I was
huh?
gonna say
No. I look, well, I'm stunning. Yeah, furious.
absolutely
Soft and
gorgeous.
fluffy.
Sasha's good perception.
Yeah. I was gonna have a look around because I'm a scout.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
kind of spent my time.
Yeah.
You're good at looking.
Yeah,
at
so
things,
better you
observing things.
You're definitely good looking.
And
better you using
so
the bonus
is it
than
a
me.
knowledge?
perception.
Perception check.
Doing perception first.
Okay, so
So if you do notice a thing that's important, you'll have someone who can tell you what it was.
if there's an upgrade, I'll upgrade.
You can upgrade. What is your
Yeah,
perception?
upgrade.
Is that with the upgrade?
Yeah.
And you get a blue thanks to the dice roll
From
earlier.
previous.
Mm.
Alright. Do you want to roll or you want me to roll?
You're welcome to roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a look at my knowledge skills. Basically, I know how to spell the name of them.
Okay, I'm not rolling.
We did really
Did
well
you
last
make a
time when
mess?
Martin was rolling.
I know. I'm gonna make
Go
sure
ahead. Maybe I
start
should
rolling
be
it.
getting
You
bonus.
did make a
Saying.
mess.
Good job.
Okay, so what is our Wookiee's perception?
2 green.
So did I fail?
You did end up failing.
Double fail.
Well, we can add a blue into the roll from what you had left over. And would our Wookiee like to increase his odds?
No.
I do have a
Are you sure?
reroll, but I don't know.
I'm getting
The reroll?
I've got one
I
reroll.
wouldn't use it now.
I'm getting peer pressure, so yeah, I'll upgrade.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Well, you're taller. You've got a better perspective of.
See, just needed someone like me to roll for you.
Exactly. Somebody who is
So what's
cursed
that?
So
apparently.
that is a success and a threat.
Threat.
Yeah.
What the hell is a threat?
So,
Where
You
you
succeeded, but
I
someone's
wanna kill you.
throwing things at you.
so the Wookiee's gaze is drawn to a tall cloaked figure standing beside one of the entrances to the lower levels of the city. The creature seems to be surveying your position through a pair of electro binoculars. As you watch, he lowers his hands, and you can see that he's an alien with an elongated green-black snout in place of a mouth. The alien's eyes are hidden behind heavy dark goggles. He seems to be a typical member of the Kubat species.
Look at the thing over there in that
And
doorway.
considering we've already had the
I like your
knowledge roll to
perception.
succeed on that one,
Hmm.
you know the species are clanged mammals native to the planet Kubindi and is part of Hutt space at this time.
Hmm.
So it probably
And
works for the Hutt.
they are also known to eat insects and insect species such as the geonosins.
Oh, nice.
That's what they think.
Hmm. Okay. So.
And Sasha does remember one of them works for Timo and was the person that was in contact with the guy running the development operation that you've just handed over to the Tweelings.
Was that the one of the guys from the emails we were reading?
Yeah, that was the guy from the emails you were reading. Not one of them, the
And-
actual person.
And I know this.
You all know that Session specifically because of a bounty hunter working for Timo
Yeah.
came across the spy fairly often.
Okay. So I'll not point him out, but since is it Lurik?
Laura, yeah.
Lurik, has
I thought would also work.
Yeah.
pointed him out, I'll say that's the guy that our rival bully was emailing about the updates and things for Timo's business. We should probably try to get to him before he disappears and report our location to Timo.
Yeah.
Well, you've already had bounty hunters jump you,
Yes.
and the bounty hunter that jumped you was one of Timo's bounty hunters.
Right. So being not here is a major thing right now.
The idea that he knows you're here is probably already a given.
Mm-hmm. So we need to get out of here.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't know where our ship is.
Yeah. I would say we would need to check over our ship for any explosives before we take off.
Or any added extras.
Yeah. Or anybody else hiding aboard. So we need to get around this guy.
Well, you don't have to deal with him right now because there's a big crowd of people.
Exactly.
And you don't really want to cause a
ruckus.
scene
Yeah.
because they may just take your ship as collateral. Considering technically it is not your ship.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, nobody stole it fair and square.
Buraban came in with you on the speeder. He says he can take you down to see Nin as a thank you before he goes off and does his business.
Yeah, we need to talk to her first, and then we can find a way out and see if we can come up with a way along, like, plan along the way to kind of entrap this particular guy. But let's talk to Nin first. I think.
Buraban does suggest someone accidentally emptying his ship instead of filling it.
We can do that.
Whose ship?
This the other dude.
The
Okay.
spy guy.
Yeah.
As you're walking, just it's not really difficult to go from push to suck.
Does
People who choose not to pay generally end up with less than they started with.
we could send 2 or 3 people doing that while the other 3 go talk to Nin?
Or once he drops you in, he's happy to ask one of his friends.
Okay, yeah. I think that's good plan. Then.
Someone wearing uniform.
So he's offering to do it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Well, he prefers the non-spectacle approach because what people can't trace, they can't blame on anyone.
I'm presuming after our performance in his little township, he knows the kind of spectacle we're likely to cause, and that's why he's offering to do it for us.
That's what I'm thinking, because I feel like we don't understand the concept of no spectacle.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Well,
just...
we do.
That
We just
was
don't agree.
locally.
He has driven into town with you, so he feels some responsibility for the carnage you cause.
Just as a side question,
Yeah.
I finished with the Trainer Shan's skull,
Mm-hmm.
you know, sitting nicely on my border. You said that there were Trainer Shans running around
Mhm.
doing stuff. Any recognition?
Some.
Yeah, give them a smile.
That's okay.
Teeth.
I'm sure some of them have some Wookiee braids on them.
I'm sure they do.
So a Wookiee braid doesn't necessarily mean that they killed a Wookiee to get it.
Well, that's the thing. You can get like 6 people and all of them get enough hair for a braid each. Of 1 kill.
Could almost get a group of 50 with a braid each.
That's
There's
true.
that much hair on a Wookiee.
That's true.
Mm.
Now, somebody with a Wookiee with a Wookiee hair cloak, where it's all the same colour.
Will die
That's
if they go into Loric's sight.
That's a tough transition, particularly if he's still alive. Yes.
Or a sneaky one because he didn't actually face.
Say poison sniper rifle from, however long. Yeah.
All those things can happen. So he takes you down into the subterranean areas of the city. Once again, he whispers code words, and a door is opened. Nina's clearly pleased to see you. She grins warmly and spreads her arms wide. "Thank you so much," she says. "Our friends in Umain have much to thank you for. We must talk more about what happened, but first I have someone I want you to meet." She gestures towards one of the couches at the side of the room occupied by a rather short and stout bottom.
Mm-hmm.
He regards you with wide, intelligent eyes and says, "This is many." I was just joking.
Yeah.
They
Many
was the old
Bothans.
joke of many Bothans died.
Yes. As soon as you said he was a Bothan, I was like, how many of you died to bring this information to us right now?
It is actually quite funny in some of the memes. The many is actually the name of the person.
Yes, I've seen several of them that have a picture of a Spanish deliveryman.
I've never seen it, but yeah, that sounds very funny.
Each of them is a different Spanish deliveryman, but they're all Spanish.
And
Well,
they have a pool cleaning net. They're here
One
to
of
clean the pool.
One of them did. Yes. But no,
Okay.
the others were
Says,
actually delivery.
This is Otan, she says, and he has some news that might be of concern to you. As the others excuse themselves to go do various nefarious deeds.
A wave.
As you do.
The reason they're in the underground is they like to do nefarious deeds.
Yep.
To non-Twi'lek specifically.
Understand this.
Because that's not a crime on their world as far as they're concerned.
Yeah.
No.
They're
Sounds
all
good to me.
invaders anyway.
Well, if someone is engaging in practices on someone else's world, they better behave themselves.
Yes.
Okay, once you're left alone with Uta, he clears his throat and said, "Nim has told me a good deal about you, and I have a project underway that could make use of a group as resourceful as yourselves. However, before we get down to negotiations, I feel I ought to make you aware of this." He pulls out a small holographic projector and switches it on. This communication is key to an encrypted frequency used by some of the bounty hunters who work on the Outer Rim. He switches the projector on and it displays a series of scrolling images. You can make out the streets of Moshuta, the Crate, Fang, your faces. An accompanying text scrolls by, giving the following message in Gan, Rodian Trandoshan Basic. Wanted, 50,000 credits reward. If you have information, contact Timo in Moshuta, Tatooine.
Right.
And that itself is quite a large bounty.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How much was
Soon
it
to
again?
turn myself
50,000.
Yeah, that's the
Holy
same
smegler.
thing.
50,000 is enough to get even someone like Boba Fett on to hunt you down.
Yeah.
It's not the small fry
No.
category.
Yeah. What was the rating on it? I think it was like something like he won't look at anything under 25.
Yeah.
And
And
he will go out of his way to get 50.
And I think Han Solo was roughly about 10 times that
Yes.
when he had taken him into 2 different people.
Yes.
So not one bounty was worth that much, 2 bounties was worth that much.
Yes. Admittedly, each bounty was sort of, here's these 12 things that we want him for. Or 20. I've seen the lists.
Well, he has done quite
yeah.
a lot of stuff, and some of it you just laugh reading.
Yes. Taking into account the listed, although not publicly listed, bounty for a Jedi and a lightsaber are both worth 25 grand.
Oh, really?
Yep. You're worth more than a lightsaber. As a group.
Yep, as a
Aw,
group.
That's nice.
So if we found a lightsaber,
So-
And you handed in
50
your
grand is
25
for
grand.
all of
Yep,
us.
and
Yep.
potentially a free room and board for the rest of
For
your
the
life.
rest of your life. Yeah.
You'd have to prove where you got it from, and it wasn't just something you got out of your back cupboard.
And even then, if you can prove it, you still might end up.
Well, they're going to question you because they want to find who you got it from. Now, if you say, I got it off a skeleton, here it is, yeah, that's probably it.
But it's so hard to come across one that they
Yeah, it's just
will
not
test you
happening.
for force sensitive just in case.
Yes. Yes. Because you may be an escaped Jedi down on your luck.
Trying to throw off suspicion. Or you just may be force sensitive enough to find it where most people can't find them. Because lightsabers can call to people.
Yep.
That's a bad idea.
So if you just happen to pick up a lightsaber, there's a good chance that you may be force sensitive.
There's one on the street and just picked it up.
Yep.
Yep.
And there's a reason for that.
There was this guy, he was wearing a dress and I killed him and he had this thing on him and
Look cool.
I thought I'd hand it in because, you know,
Okay,
I
so
know it was worth money.
yeah.
then the OTA continues. If this situation continues, you could have very dangerous people hunting you. People like Bosk, or even the Mandalorian.
Ooh.
But the Mandalorian he's referring to is Boba Fett. Because it's way before the other one that is still 10,
Yeah.
15, 20 odd years down the track.
Yes. See, the Mandalorian being the well-known one rather than the one he just says is the Mandalorian.
Exactly.
Well, he is not considered the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. He basically is considered one of the highly desired bounty hunters in the galaxy. Bosk is another.
He's the
IG-88.
guy.
Yeah.
He's
And
a
they-
transition.
And they quite.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Has a personal vendetta with Chewbacca.
Ah.
Yes, and the inside of his ship is lined with Wookiee hides.
And you've got the one from the Clone Wars also, Cad
Oh,
Bane.
Cad Bane, yeah.
So
Very
he's
nice.
probably listed as the top one now that Jango Fett lost his head 30 odd years ago,
Yeah.
and he was around at the time of that. So he's been around for a long time.
Who's this boss?
Cad Bane.
Cad Bane.
Cad Bane.
And
As scary
top of
as-
the game for a long
I was
time.
gonna say, as scary as he is, he's a really, really cool character.
He is a very cool character.
Just
Just
because he's like the epitome of a black hat cowboy.
And he's the first real Juro who
Yeah.
has had a part in any of the Star Wars literature.
yeah, and Juro are generally pretty.
And they are one of the most prolific races out there besides humans.
Yep.
So you should
generally
see Juro more than you see any of the other species,
Yeah.
except for humans.
That's interesting.
Yes. If you can't see many in some place, it's because they're in back rooms plotting things.
But they were the amongst the best hyperspace navigators.
Yep.
So that's why it's interesting that they made him one of the most powerful bounty hunters out there. And he's unlikely to hunt for you guys. And well, now that you hit 50k, he may show up.
Yeah.
Because
Because
he's
he's
really
really
good
good.
in the area.
Yeah, he's really good at following people when they run in their spaceships. That's why. He's
Yeah.
really good at that stuff.
Okay, so here's a proposition
Yes.
for you.
Unique everything.
The job I have in mind for you will bring you into contact with those who are currently engaged in a deal with Timo. If you negotiate well with them, they can provide you with an opportunity to strike at the heart from the heart of his own palace. I won't lie to you, there is some risk, but you will have a better chance following my plans than you have once those bounty hunters catch up with you. I will, of course, also see to it that you are rewarded for killing or compromising Timo the Hutt. He should have the credits on hand to pay his hunters, and I will make sure that any such money passes on to you.
Why would he do that?
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just like, thank you
Yeah.
for offering this advice, but what's in it for you?
I realise he may not be finished, although I don't want to
No,
interrupt him.
he was giving you a chance to
sounded
respond
finished.
before he
But-
continued.
I'd like to be. I don't know. Can you do insight or something?
You
like
can do that. That would be under
Would that be perception or?
perception will work. Streetwise may tell you some stuff as well.
Okay.
There is a.
My perception is better than my
I
streetwise.
think you can use. I think you can use just perception.
Yeah, this one would be that for this one.
To notice a subtle clue. It's more for looking at things, though.
Yeah, streetwise and perception both work in that respect for seeing what a person can do, because streetwise is more relating to criminal and other sort of behaviours, whereas perception's about what you notice in general. So which one would you like to concentrate on, Ariadne?
I prefer to use perception if I can because it's my stronger skill. So if that's an option. Which is 1 yellow, 2 green without upgrade.
Yeah. Vigilance is also a possibility.
I think my vigilance is the same, 1 yellow, 2 green.
Yeah. So it's
Can be. But that's more for noticing things that are by osmosis sort of stuff.
yeah.
So I wasn't paying attention and I picked this up.
Yeah.
So what was your perception area?
Without upgrade, 1 yellow, 2 green.
Would you like to upgrade?
I always like to upgrade if there is an upgrade because I don't like the red dice coming out.
There's a lot of them there now. Bad things coming our way.
Okay, so I will have to say that there's a good chance you feel really good about things because you got an advantage.
Okay, so I don't see any notice.
But you got 2 net failures. So yes, hard to tell what his motivation is by looking at him.
I tried.
Did anyone else wish to do so?
Yeah, just perception.
Perception, streetwise, you can try vigilance if you wish to. But each one will give you a different answer.
Yes.
I choose all 3.
I'm going to go for streetwise.
Okay, what's your streetwise?
1 yellow, 2 green.
Would you like to upgrade?
Yes, please.
I can't believe I rolled 2 yellow and green and got no successes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you did get a triumph.
Ooh.
Nice.
So that and that go away. You did get 2 threats. So 1 success, 1 triumph, and 2 threat. Okay, so you are looking at him. He is has signs of being part of some sort of rogue organization. He dresses shabbily, but the clothing's not shabby.
Yeah.
Nothing about the wear and tear is from misuse.
It's just it's old and very serviceable.
It doesn't look old.
Oh, it's been aged.
It looks like it has been tailored to make his appearance less obvious.
Yep.
Okay.
A bit like Bosk.
It would take a lot of money behind someone to do that on a regular basis, and to be able to make it work between different places.
Yes. Well, if he's doing this sort of thing, then he's got the money for it.
So for him, you would expect that whatever thing he's in it for, it's not the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so well,
I
yes.
might.
If necessary, I'm going to use. If he's noticed me looking at him, because I'm probably peering a bit, because I'm going to read that as the threat. I might use deception. I was actually looking at her over there. Rather cute. Sort of thing.
He doesn't seem to be put off by it. If anything, he does raise an eyebrow at you at the most for you paying attention.
I might.
I give him my best disingenuous grin.
Just when he mentions he's going to direct the money towards us. I'll say, well, what's in it for you then? Just direct question. See if I can get a direct answer.
Well, he says he'll tell you if you're interested in the job.
Okay.
Because he will do full disclosure, but he won't tell you any further unless you're willing to take it on.
I will look to our intrepid leader, Iskara, because she's the bounty hunter
Everyone
that
turns and
holds
looks
us
at the
all
Twi'lek,
together.
who's suddenly going, "Oh crap! I'm not the leader. I'm not the leader. Oh crap! I am the leader."
It
You're not
says
the
that
leader,
in
you're
all
just
of our
not the fellow.
backgrounds, so yeah.
Well, I could proxy in 41 Vex, and he can claim to be the leader.
Well, I'm pretty sure he'd probably be happy with that.
He won't be making it tonight, though.
What you doing? You wait.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I will.
He says, "Feel free to confer."
Okay, if he allows us to do that, then I'll talk with them. And
Though he wouldn't recommend conferring too long
I think
because
wanted to come up here.
he's sure that your pictures are now circulating.
yeah, so I'll just double check with them. Any of them think that he passes the vibe check, and if so, then we'll go ahead. So I'm sure. What will Pash say to Oscar? That cool, all good.
Yes.
His motivations seem political, or more self-indulgent, but not
Self.
money. Yeah.
He's here because he wants to be,
Yep.
not because it's a job.
Fair enough. I will say to him, it seems that our interests align, so
Or at least
we'll
I'm
go
not in
ahead.
opposition.
We'll go ahead with the job if he wants to give us more information.
Okay, so sit down, relax. I have been invited to a private
Yes,
function to be hosted by a Geonosian Duke Pido, one of the few remaining Geonosians who are off planet at the time of their world's death.
Mm.
I'm not expecting to turn up myself, of course, but the Duke will expect a few guests to appear as representatives of my interests. This Duke recently planned to do some deals with Timo, then changed his mind. As it happens, this Duke has a rival, Duke Dimok, who is due to deliver some goods to Timo in a few days. If Dimok knew what made Piddock change his mind, he might agree to help us. Is that understood? I realise it is a little complex. We are to find out from one Geonosan what caused him to turn from Timo in order to convince another Geonosan currently working with Timo to help us instead.
Do we recognize any of those names from those emails?
No.
Okay.
Right, so we take notes.
And he says what he gets out of this is he will be working with the remaining Geonosans and looking to help them set up a colony away from their dead world.
Usually that's ideal.
And hopefully utilize some of their expertise in his own business ventures.
And if we can get good...
Oh, he's not into
feedbacks-
slavery. They are free to come and go as they...
Indentured servitude, slavery.
He doesn't do the indentured servitude either.
They work better when they're free.
He's just offering them a chance to rebuild their colonies. They don't need much to rebuild.
There's also the point that they're going to keep their heads down and stay in one location because the Empire's going to whack them if they turn up.
And if he gets on their good graces, they will do favourable deals with his people. And that's what he's looking for, the long-term goal, not the short win.
Yep.
Because the short win is not of interest to him.
So he's a businessman.
Who's looking for an investment in people. Sounds cool. I wouldn't mind being
And
invested in.
he's also looking at you as another investment.
Sounds fair.
If Timo wants you so badly, then obviously you've got some good points.
Obviously, we're worth something. 50,000 credits to be precise.
If someone wants you
well,
that
let's see.
badly, then he's invested to really put a kink in that person's day.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds
that
fun.
is the other side of it. The higher the bounty in your head, the more skill people are going to attribute to you, or the more danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
I
something
see.
I'd use as a CV replacement though.
They all
No.
heard about what Mathis did with the flamethrower.
Yeah,
That's also on the footage.
I bet that is very prominent on the footage. Just the,
I'd also say for at least some audiences that'll be pixelated out. on some channels, all of it. So you can hear it going on, but there's this one orange pixel, and that's all it is.
He does say that in the past the Geonosians were galaxy famous designers. They built mass products. They built specialty items. They were almost unmatched in their building capacity. The only people who were said to be better as a group were the Wookiees, due to their higher intelligence.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but
And
we
the
would
Sluicy
never
for
be
them.
mass producers. We would be specialty producers.
Yeah.
You still could do mass production
just
from cities and needs size. So Wookiees can work together quite well.
Yeah, but
They're very social groups, but the Geonosians would build larger scale projects, or more mass scale, or automation.
Yeah.
They are amongst the world's best automators. Well, Galaxy's best automators.
Yeah.
Which is probably why they disappeared about 5-10 years ago as a species.
They've disappeared, and no one knows why.
They still currently have some of their facilities around the world where some of the off-world Geonosians have
but
gone to.
But they're keeping their heads down.
He sort of shrugs a bit and says, "Not that well."
No, but they're not. They're innovators and builders. They're not sneaks.
Yes, he's trying to convince them to leave their dead world behind. Most of them are tied to it because it's their home.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the world is toxic to them at this stage.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. So
And it
this
says, I think there were, on count, there were 10 billion Geonosians on the planet 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And he believes that there's about 500 off planet.
so they're almost effectively extinct.
If it was humans, yes, they'd be extinct. But they do not breed like humans breed.
No.
Yeah, because they're more buggy, I guess.
Only some of them are necessary for breeding, and they don't have the same genetic issues we have.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So we go to this party with his representatives and try to convince the Timo working for the Hutts, or the Geonosian working for the Hutts.
Just be aware there's also an embargo on the Geonosian system due to the planetary death.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're trying to convince a Geonosian who stopped working for the Hutts to tell us why he stopped working for the Hutts, so that we can convince a Geonosian who's currently working for the Hutts to help us with our quest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
One who used to, who decided not to.
Right.
Financial reason.
Because we
Apply
have
reason to the other
evidence
guy.
that Timo intends on screwing over the Geonosians anyway.
So we could possibly convince the Geonosian who's chosen not to work for the Hutts to talk to us if we show a little of the evidence we have against the Hutts and convince him that we need more information from him to actually follow through, maybe?
Something along those lines. I think.
And then take that same information to the guy who is currently and going, you're going to get screwed anyway.
Yes.
And
It's
go
like-
from there.
Look here, you're gonna get screwed over anyway. So how about this? You become our inside guy, and
And he does refer to, they do have a hatred of a species called the Cubas, much like the Wookiees hate the Trandoshans.
Right.
And do we know
Sits-
what a Cubase is?
The one that was following us, right?
Yep, the one that the spy Fatima.
Yeah.
We don't like them either.
No.
And they are known to feast on the Geonosians.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So we're not exactly fans of him right now, anyway. So they might be interested in dealing with him.
I guess we get ourselves cleaned up for a party.
Well, he can arrange some extra stuff for you. He says if you need supplies, he can do some of that. Though he will need to make some more arrangements. But he'll be back in the morning to see you getting to Geonosis, and he encourages you to talk about it yourselves. Come up with a detailed cover story of why you might be invited to the party held by a Geonosian duke.
Yeah.
He thinks that I'm an arm dealer, so he'll expect you to want to buy weapons from him. That will do for the duke, but you'll need yet another cover story for the rest of the guests. And from what you hear about Bothans, they are very well known to have lie buried within lie.
Yes.
And as you peel the onion, you peel the layers of the lies.
Hmm.
And he is a Bothan.
He is a Bothan.
So we've got no... Our understanding of his species in general is that even though he may seem genuine to us, it might actually be a lie buried in a lie buried in a lie.
Very much so, but he has shown you bounty hunter listing, which would explain why you were jumped so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And by someone rated highly by the Hutt with a squad of people.
Fun.
He was one of the Hutt's best bounty hunters.
Was.
It's a shame that Ascara isn't still working for him, because you would have definitely bumped up near the top.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And because of their reputation, he doesn't lose anything by telling the truth as much as lying, because most people won't tell the difference.
Hmm. Okay.
Yes, he's scary enough that people are going to accept it as true just because he's intimidating.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes.
Though he does look very Gandalfish in the way he looks.
Right.
Though if you turn Gandalf into half a dog.
Interesting.
Just poof.
Okay.
I was going to say, I don't know what a Bothan looks like. So.
They're sort of felinoid.
I can't really blow it up for you.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I get the Gandalf reference.
Hmm. Yeah. I'd say it's almost like half cowardly lion.
Yeah.
They do have a reputation for cowardice, but mainly because those who actually know generally don't live through the mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yes, don't press a coward. He has no honour and will go through you to get away.
Yep.
Oh no, they're more likely to trap you into overconfidence.
Oh yeah, yeah, but well, that's basically what he's doing. Isn't it? Oh, I'm going to intimidate him because it's funny and it works. No, it doesn't. I have a hole through me.
Okay, so he says he'll be back. He recommends staying here and not travelling through the markets.
I figure if we have to go to a party, we should probably clean the Wookiee.
Hey, it's clean.
This is his dress skull.
He's wearing his sandal.
I meant the likely possible thing that if he hasn't had a chance to have some sort of shower or comb through, he's
I think
probably covered in
Wasn't
bits of
Mathis
people.
the last one
True.
that was?
Fantastic.
Wasn't Mathis the last one to be covered in blood again last
So
time?
yeah, I could do with it.
Yeah, well, I think we all could probably do with a cleaner. And,
A little bit.
Nim wanders in and says, "What do you guys need?"
Sonic shower.
And something
'Cause it doesn't
suitable
use
to
water.
wear to a party to a duke of Geonosis.
Jake can arrange some stuff.
I would, once she's everybody has talked about some things. I might talk to her aside about some of the information that we found and see if she's found any further information on my sister, just to confirm what we kind of believe that we need to go to Genos first.
She does have notes that Timo had her brought up as a slave.
Gotcha.
And the ship was bound for Geonosis when it left here.
Gotcha. So she might even be at the party.
She may be at the party, or she may be back on Tatooine.
Don't know yet, so we have to find out.
And I believe she was bought the day you rebelled against Timo.
Specifically, yeah.
Mm.
Which makes sense.
How do Wookiees clean themselves?
Very carefully.
Sonic shower.
Not with
Is it a sonic shower?
not with the tongue.
No.
Not with the tongue.
They have had showers in the shows.
What, actual water shower?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
I'll go for a bath if I can go for a bath.
Yep.
Bubble bath.
Yeah, why not?
It's a luxury.
Yeah.
He puts bubbles on his head, and then he puts bubbles on the skull.
I just
Though
wanna
in the movie that we're showing it, Chewbacca had no personal space.
Mm-hmm.
Had no personal space.
Yes, Han was in the same shower.
Oh,
Right.
very
It was one of those silly ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say, I just see you in a bubble-filled bath with your skull as a puppet. Having a no.
Having a Hamlet
you know,
moment.
what is it? You've got candles around, you've got a bottle bath, you know how with the drinking Chardonnay,
That's the one.
Yeah.
drinking out of this
Skull.
transient skull.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, you're provided with clothing options. So it's not just here's what you're wearing. You get to pick what you're wearing amongst a pile of stuff. And for the Wookiee, that represents a couple of different sashes. And one of the sashes has bowcaster connections on it with a bowcaster.
Ooh.
It actually has a bowcaster.
Mm.
What does a bowcaster count as?
That's pretty cool.
It is a heavy weapon, yes.
I'll go for that.
Is this like a dress saber, but a dress bowcaster?
Well, it is looking quite fancy and cleaned up.
Nice.
So it looks more ornamental than functional because most people can't pull the recocking mechanism back.
Do they have a firing range? I want to make sure this thing works.
They do have a firing range.
I'll go down, pop off a couple, assuming it works.
It does work.
I love these people.
And
I love them so much.
one thing about the bowcaster is it's not purely an energy weapon.
It's also partial slug thrower.
It is a slug thrower and an energy weapon.
Yeah.
So it has an energy cocoon around a solid projectile.
Excellent.
Really sucks to block with a lightsaber.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Because you can block the energy, no problem.
Yep.
It's the one where even if deflecting it is problematic.
Slug
Because
thrower
you can
is
deflect to the energy.
one of the
Or
best
you
weapons
can use
to use
TK and
to
deflect the thing.
Yeah.
The thing is, you can't do both at once.
Yep.
Yep.
Unless you're Darth Vader.
Yeah.
But he didn't deflect the bowcaster bolt.
No, because he probably didn't think about, hey, wait a minute, that's got a lump in it.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
love these people. So I'm going to adjust the sash
Mm-hmm.
so that the skulls will sit.
Well, they happily rework it into the sash.
Hmm.
Well, you did such a good job for them, and they're still talking about the screams of the person in the night.
There.
All the kids had the best night's sleep that night.
Ah, that's so wrong. But I understand it so much.
And agree with it.
Yeah, pretty much.
But hey, when your tormentor dies horribly and screaming in the night, you're less likely to be tormented the next day.
Recognise that name at all.
So,
I might see
Mechanical
if,
term for universal solution.
can I see if they've got a backpack or a satchel or something that I could put some things in, probably a satchel.
they do have a satchel because a backpack might look out of place
Yeah,
in
so
a
it's just trying to
thing like that.
something that I can put a couple of things in without it being too obvious.
Mm-hmm.
I will see whether or not there's any information, like even though I'm human, of clothing. Do they have like any Geonosian more style designs?
They sort of don't really deal in Geonosian style,
Okay,
but
yeah.
they do have more flowing robes for deserts, whereas the Geonosians generally don't wear clothes.
No, I just thought there might
No.
be something that fits more in with
And
their
so a
culture.
Geonosian design is normally about the headrest,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I thought there might be something that suits.
If you want to look like a Geonosian, they do have body paint,
No, I don't want to look
That-
like a Geonosian.
because that's their high fashion is body paint.
Something
Mhm.
that's
'Cause they just-
complementary to their culture, I guess. But
Yes.
if not,
When
then
we-
I won't worry about it.
Yeah. When you can fly, or at least have wings and can sort of fly,
I'm fairly
Um,
sure they do
they
wear
can fly
clothes.
actually.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, not wearing anything at all is really useful.
Yes, because it's less to weigh you down, less to get
Yes.
in the way.
Yes.
Like they were
Anything at all is
they
going to
were-
affect your flight.
jewelry, but they don't
And
necessarily.
they
wear
have
anything.
fairly natural armor.
Well,
Mm.
maybe some non-expensive Geonosian jewelry then, or something
Yeah.
like that.
Well, they don't have Geonosian jewelry, but they do have Twi'lek jewelry, which will look just as nice, just not as impressionable.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is make an impression.
Mm.
But finding a way to make that impression is not always straightforward. It's all good.
But they give you options on necklaces, bangles, earrings, nose rings.
Yeah, no, I'm not in it for the jewelry. I just thought maybe if there was a way to make a bit more of an impression on them, to sell whatever cover story we come up with for the guests, then I would do that. But if there's nothing that particularly culturally would do that, then I'll just pick something appropriate for the occasion.
Okay. So, what about Mathis? Is there anything Mathis is really looking to wear?
Oh, you know, anything you can wear coloured body paint. Really.
No.
They give you a couple of vials of various colours, enough to do your entire body.
Oh no.
Tempting.
He goes in black.
Like everything.
I'm trying to think what possible tech I could carry before I go into this.
Well, if you're wearing just body paint, they don't believe you could carry much tech on you.
Yeah.
That's the satchel.
What about in me?
Well, they don't really recommend carrying it in you because, hey,
Getting it out and ass.
Yeah.
well, he was going to say a pain in the butt.
Depends how spiky
I
it is.
mean, yes.
Or how big.
Mm. So probably.
It's football sized.
So probably.
What about a very fancy hat? So I could hide something.
A very fancy hat hidden in your backside.
No.
On top of my head. Preferred.
Well, Nim was going by your previous method of hiding things, was a little confused, so had to
Yeah.
ask.
That's
So yes, we can give you a nice looking bonnet.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy.
Yes, why not? Show off the lack of brain I have. Hide it very well.
It does have long ribbons.
Oh, that makes it
That-
worthwhile.
You've already sold me the hat. You don't need to add window dressing on it.
You're right.
Well, you can even sew it into your hair so it won't come off.
Oh gosh.
No, I think just standard a hat would do. And yeah, I haven't thought too much through what else I could try.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
so I was saying, I think probably most of us should wear clothes that are easy to run in.
I was gonna say
Or
Oscara
drop
would
to
choose whatever is the form of a formal business suit looking thing
Okay.
with pockets.
So you look like the corporate executive.
Yeah, whatever she can potentially hide things.
Very
It's a
imperialistic looking.
A little bit. Go for it. Yeah.
I would prefer
They had a couple of imperial uniforms left over for some reason.
Yeah.
corporate chic rather than corporate military.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there are quite a lot of imperial uniforms that aren't military.
Yeah, no. Sasha's not going to wear anything that's vaguely reminiscent of the Imperials.
Yes, they do have nice clothes. And how about our pilot, Pash?
A nice overcoat.
Okay.
To replace this one because it's a bit trashed.
They give you a nice ankle-length overcoat.
Neat.
Very neat.
Actually feels nice and soft.
I feel like I should ask for a robe. With a big
What's it
cord.
made of?
I'm not sure. The previous owner didn't tell us before he didn't need it anymore.
I see.
He didn't.
I take it off and inspect it for holes.
No, we didn't put a hole through it. We liked the jacket.
Fair.
They aimed
fair.
above so they didn't hit the jacket.
Yeah. It stabbed him in the chest to make sure it didn't go through.
Yeah.
Yes, well, when people come trying to buy slaves from Twi'leks,
Yeah.
they generally get the point.
Yeah.
Yes, you've got to approach the right people when you do that sort of thing. Because the other ones object.
Well,
Typically,
with good
just not the
reason.
Twi'leks.
they heard that they can get slaves from Ryloth, so they forget that they have to ask the Imperials, and we don't remind them
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
because we don't believe in slavery.
I was going to say, inspired by Pasha's getting a trench coat, I might get a cloak.
Okay,
I
they
have a
give
feeling I'm going to need to hide my face at some point.
they give you a dashing cloak,
That works.
reminiscent of Lando Calrissian.
That works even better.
And give them what you want, one with a hood.
Yeah.
It does have a hood.
Yeah, I have a feeling that that bounty is going to go up, probably.
Hope so.
Well, now that you've managed to free a town of Timo's,
Thugs.
Ruffians.
well, I was going to say employees, because everything Timo employs is a thug. So, but he did employ you guys for a while as well.
I know, yeah, I know.
We were specialists. Well, actually, you were a thug.
I'm certainly a thug. Yes.
Specialize in
But you were a
thuggery.
really good thug. Better than them.
Yes. Yes. I am better than
Okay,
most
you
of the
know.
others.
You're a...
Do you have
You're
your
a
cover
street
story
bastard.
sorted out? She asked.
I was going to say, what is our cover story, guys?
My cover story is I'm here to buy weapons.
No, there's
No,
there's,
yours.
there's one for the guy that we're dealing with, and that's to buy weapons.
Yep.
But when we ask why we're at the party, I think we want to be more subtle about being there.
Would it be clear that we were here on his invitation?
Well, the thing is, you're hiding who you're there for.
Okay.
You'll be invited by your benefactor to the party,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
as will other people at the party.
Mm-hmm.
Trade?
Nim is offering you 5,000 credits to buy her some rifles.
What kind of rifles?
Best you can get.
See, that was exactly my thoughts. Like, I'm a Wookiee. I'm turning up with a bowcaster. I'm turning up with, skulls of my victims, decorating my, I'm here to get weapons, guys. That's what I'm here for. Like, I want the biggest,
Oh, you mean,
nastiest
yeah.
guns I can get my hands on. There's Tremishans gonna, eat blaster bolts if, I've got anything to say about it.
Yes. And our Twilight just has to shrug at them.
Though you do notice one of the young Twi'leks ties a ribbon to your vibro axe, the same colour as your eyes.
Oh,
That's cute.
What does that mean?
They liked you.
Yes.
it means
It's a sign of appreciation.
means
I
that
pat the Twi'lek on the head and try to make a
She does that.
noise.
That's the whole growly growl at you, showing teeth with a big smile.
Yes. Yes. My cover story is I'm
I like
transporting
his
these
feelings.
two and try not to annoy them.
I like this. Right.
yeah, it could.
I can just be an executive or an assistant to
Yeah.
someone. Oscara probably.
Yep.
Yeah, potential. Where, like, it could be that I'm a representative of Nin, just trying to. Well, no, that doesn't make
Technically,
sense.
you'd be there as a group.
Yeah,
You'd be
we're
showing
there
up
as a
together.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So-
so we're trying to come up with
So it's a
Group
common
story.
cover story for all of us. Okay.
could
Oh,
be me and the Wookiee are working together for people with wealth, and then the rest are hired hands.
I mean, given some money to start your purchases means that you actually have reason to be there.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I say, who's the person with the most charm?
Not me.
Isn't it the robot?
My charm doesn't suck.
I think it is Vex 41.
That's
Yeah,
a scary thought.
It's really not.
I mean that.
He is a talker.
Yeah, he's the one
Yeah.
who would.
Yeah.
No, he's not the.
I got
No, it would be.
I got
yeah, no,
I got one
Ash.
skill in it.
You could possibly use cool. Possibly.
Yeah, no, it'd be Pash.
I don't have any ranks in cool.
Not either.
Well, if your charm wasn't very good, then cool might
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah.
presence.
Yeah, no, my
Yeah.
charm is pretty good, as in I have a point in it.
Mm.
I have a rank in it.
Okay, so come morning after some of your arrangements, Uta reappears. Most of you don't notice him enter the room.
I was just going to suggest maybe Pash and Ascara should be the lead of the group since they've got the most
Potential, yeah.
potential, and we can follow their lead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's gonna be how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
He says, "I have finalized arrangements." He says once you notice him.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent.
The
I
party's
need to get points from him in stealth.
well. He does respond saying that the best stealth is the one no one expects.
The way I
Much like the Bothan Inquisition.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you mean surprise tactics.
The party is due to start in 12 hours, more than enough time for you to make a hyperspace trip from Ryloth to Geonosis.
Right.
This communicator, he holds up a small electronic device, provides the encrypted signal that will allow you through the Geonosis security corridor. Make your way to the landing pad of Gorgum Hive. It's in a platform above the small city on the northern end of the planet. Should still have its planetary ring. And most of the ports of the planetary ring were above their capital cities. The next morning you should fly to Trallic Hive, due west from Gorgum Hive.
Yeah.
This is the home of Duke Dimok. Once you are there, use this communicator to contact me so we can plan our next move. You also believe he will then be able to give you the codes necessary to continue past the corridor.
Yeah.
Alright.
So.
Because most codes are one use only.
Alright.
Well, the Empire doesn't like to share.
No.
Yeah.
They have protocols and government secrets and stuff.
Which means when someone tries to use someone else's code a second time, they're arrested.
Yes. Because a multi-use code is a password.
Yes.
Okay. I guess we're catching a ship then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nim has arranged a
Right.
trip through the back passages up to the spaceport.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I make good use of my new clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And some of her friends have made sure that interested parties are looking elsewhere for you, as rumors of you being in this location will be spread as soon as we leave.
Yeah. So, anything to...
They're hoping some of the people hunting you will thin the ranks.
Mm.
Yes, because there's a lot of money involved. They're going to be beating up on each other.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of unhappy Twi'leks who just want money, who'd also be wanting to try their luck.
Yes.
All it takes is a lucky shot with a blaster,
That's right.
because it doesn't say alive.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, if
Well,
might send rumor elsewise that we're looking to liberate another hamlet in...
The Bothans are already starting to lay stuff around the room.
Yes. Oh no, they're gonna go over here. Oh no, they're gonna
Looking
go
like
over
he's
here.
artfully dropping trash and various things in various places around the room
Yep.
Mm.
Both in doing both and things.
that he'd spent the night working on.
Okay.
Sorry, what is he doing around the room?
He's not telling you, he's just dropping things around the room that look like trash.
Okay.
He's laying clues that point in a direction other than where we're going.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. Thank you.
He winks at Ash.
Well, it's what I would be doing if you weren't here.
So we'll definitely have to just like do a good look over our ship before we take off. But
Yes.
try to get out of here as soon as possible as well.
Yes. We can't take a lot of time doing that. By the way, is anyone else an astrogator?
Yes.
Oh, good.
No.
I believe.
Do you also have
Yeah, it's Mathis.
Mathis.
and you do also have a droid on board your ship
Yes.
that you
Oh yeah,
rescued.
the R4.
Yeah.
Unit
Then we got
rescue.
the R4. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Mathis is pretty good.
Yeah.
Though
Mathis
technically
is-
R4s generally don't have astrogation capacity. They're the ones who help you with vehicle driving.
Yeah.
They do the planetary manual labor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
maintenance.
Yeah, you can get ship-based ones.
You
but-
can upgrade them, but the stock model is
Those-
for
yeah.
planetary vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay. You find that the trip out to the spaceport was a lot longer than the trip in,
Mhm.
and some of the places were a bit of a squeeze for the Wookiee.
Yeah.
I try not
Well-
to get dirty. Like I've gone through all the, get myself clean everything up, comb my,
We'll
my
we'll
fur
just
through.
brush him down once we're out.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
Yeah,
but if
try
it's
not to
really
get-
tight, people are going to look at that and go, that Wookiee can't get through there. And be wrong.
And
Or approximately wrong.
part of the lift up is a chain in a chute that's barely a meter wide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get stuck.
No. You can probably squeeze into less than a meter.
Yeah, well, Wookiees are usually pretty lanky.
But if it was, half a meter tall, then you'd be like, no.
Yes.
It'll lie down and wriggle.
Okay, so when you finally make it to the spaceport, you see that there's a whole lot of Twi'lek protesters yelling at the various people for pillaging and raping their system. And there's just so much kerfuffle happening in the spaceport right now, yells and screams, that no one's looking your way.
Excellent.
I'll duck down a bit, so like I'm not sort of there's everyone's heads on. So
If
duck,
you- if
duck
you-
down a bit as best I can.
Yeah, duck down to like my height. So from over there, you look like a botham
Yeah.
Yeah.
because that's all they're seeing.
Yeah.
Looks like there's many bothans over there. Make my way over. Okay, so yes,
Put both
and
your mask on and get down on your knees. No, not quite the same.
Doesn't quite.
you see a junk pile outside the ship by the time you reach it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the stuff belonging to the Trandoshan has been stripped.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you get on board, it has that new car smell.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't smell
That's-
like reptile and death.
Mm.
And
Yes.
burnt Wookiee scalps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder how we can go about transferring or making this ship be registered in our name so it doesn't come off the store.
Just have to show a bill of sales.
No,
Yes.
I might work on one of those.
And,
or
and
find
as
it.
long as you pay Imperial enough for the bill of sales, it'll be official.
Yep. Which is generally cheaper than faking a boss registration.
Well,
Getting it done legally, far
Yeah.
cheaper.
I will
With,
work on that
with an
during the
illegal
flight.
bill of sale.
and you can even get multiple registrations for the same vehicle done
Mm.
legally. As long as you can alter the engine settings.
Which
To-
is ridiculously legal and ridiculously expensive.
It is, but it is possible.
It is possible.
That's what smugglers do.
Yes.
Yes, that ship, no, that wasn't us.
Yeah.
We may look like them, but all these ships look alike.
Yes.
And you could literally fly out of the system and fly back in again with a different transponder, and technically you're a new ship.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's how silly that is.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
before we take off, do we want to do system check for the people who are good at computers and then physical look around for the people who aren't good at computers?
Yes. And yes. For those people who are good at perception.
Yeah.
That droid didn't see anything.
Your droid shows video footage of many Twi'leks clearing up the ship.
Mm.
They basically set a cleaning crew on board.
Nice.
And
Yes.
basically the cleaning crew only left about 10 minutes before you arrived.
Handy.
Very nice. Good timing on their part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were going to get to the outside of the ship but hadn't quite made it.
Yeah, that's all good.
That's right.
Yet the outside still looks like a rust bucket.
Yes. Well, there's a bit of a disguise at the moment, so we can.
But it is a disguise that is recognisable.
True.
If it had been cleaned up, it would have been a completely different ship.
Yes.
Mm.
Well, we can get it plasma cleaned on the way, or when we get there, or whatever.
Drive through ship wash.
Yes. Yeah, plasma clean. Get all the rust off.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure it all comes in like the washing, like in Serenity.
Yeah.
Not like that wash. Considering I'm the pilot.
I'm sure there's no Reavers here.
This is you.
Well, the Yu and Vong do have a lot of Reaver-like qualities.
That's true. That's true.
So-
Although they turn out to be redeemable eventually. Some of them. Yes.
So-
But checking over the ship, I'm going to use both perception and skullduggery. Basically, where would I put something naughty? And then I will look there.
Okay, you find there's not even piles of debris or dust anywhere on the ship.
Excellent.
Okay.
If anything had been left here, it would be obviously out of place unless they built it
Yeah.
into something.
Cool.
But there's so many things you could build it into.
Well, yes.
You could spend a lifetime
we don't
doing it.
have time to check.
So, yeah, and then
So
would...
very sketchy check.
I was gonna
we
say, we might
eventually-
ask...
And from Mathis' perspective, they've actually repaired the ship from it's now better than when you stole it.
Oh, how nice.
Yes.
What,
Now we just have
what
to
is
get that
it?
paperwork done.
what does Mathis think of that engine upgrade?
Well, we could get that. We could get
I
the
would.
bill of sale done by our benefactor once we have a successful
Mission.
mission done.
Yeah.
We can take that as payment, so we have a legal ship that has nothing to do with Timo, particularly once we clean the outside.
I was going to say, if we want to keep doing this smuggling business, we'll need a ship.
Okay, so
legitimate transport.
you go through what the party requirements are, and you find that there is a stipulation on there that nothing larger than a pistol be taken in there.
Mm-hmm.
Though the Wookiee bowcaster actually does fold up to look like part of your ceremonial gear.
Shame I
Cute.
can't use one.
So I've got to keep my Viro axe at home.
Mm.
Okay.
Or on the ship.
Or get a folding one.
Are there any
It's your walking
pistol
stick.
size?
Yeah, I considered that for a half a second and went, yeah, no, it's
Are
good.
there any pistol sized weapons that we could trade for? That we could trade out my.
Most of you have pistols available, and you do have a couple of spare heavy pistols that you had.
So
Take
my.
You can literally each have a heavy pistol if you want.
Both my slugthrower rifle I suppose is too big, but
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
stormtrooper blaster that's not.
That's also considered a bit big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a two-handed weapon, so yeah.
But we would have gotten pistols off the guys.
Yes.
We
We have enough for approximately 1.5 pistols each,
I will.
You're counting those you gave away.
including the ones we own.
Mm.
But yes.
Yeah, a techie guy ended up with like 8
Yeah.
at one
Yes.
Yeah, but some of them
point.
got.
Took them off all
I
the
dare
guys.
say Mathis could probably hand them out like lollipops.
I think he did.
Steve, is that where you go? And one for you, and one for you.
And you get a pistol, and you.
Everyone gets a pistol.
Unless you want to do an Oprah and put it under everybody's seat.
That's
Ooh,
where
I like this.
that's where you have
Boys,
this
reach under your chair.
I recently saw a movie
It's an
where
explosive surprise.
John Cena pulled a gun out from under his seat, and his other sider said, "Who stores a gun under his seat?" And he goes, "I'm American."
Part of his religion.
That was.
I think like a week or two ago, there was a bunch of guns we picked up, but we weren't sure if some of them were actually working properly, like they were like possibly broken. So it's a bit of a musical chairs at this point.
Well,
With
you've
guns.
tinkered with enough to give each one gun.
Yeah,
There
which
you
was
go.
worse? That's the question.
Well,
Well,
you,
that's for them to find out.
I believe you're tinkered enough to say these work, and got rid of the ones that don't.
Just because I think the mechanic is implying that he's slipped one or two non-working ones in there,
Mhm.
and just because I know the mechanic, I'm gonna check my pistol and make sure it works.
On the ship that we just
Wow, weapon trust.
Yeah, it's below 0.
He's backing up your work.
Yeah, that's it. I can attest and do a review.
Here, put this apple on your head.
I won't fire the blaster in the ship, but I'll check it over as much as I can. I'm sure during my time working for the rebels, I encountered enough guns and did enough training.
It doesn't look like it has any damage to it.
Yeah.
Besides wear and tear.
Yeah.
And a little bit of jam.
And a little bit of what?
Jam.
I'll clean the jam off.
What? It was jam.
Gives it flavour.
Mathis hasn't been known for his eating habits of late.
Yeah.
How about you go take bullets? Your insult's terrible.
Insult?
Yeah. So I think we gotta get out of here ASAP.
Yes.
So you have no trouble getting through hyperspace to Geonosis.
Mm-hmm.
At this stage, it is one of the major routes, even though it's getting less and less used.
Mm.
Partly due to the fact you need a passcode to pass into the system,
Yeah.
or get shot down
Also,
by the automated defences.
Okay.
Their generation automated defences.
Imperial.
This is Yeah.
It's
It's
Imperial occupied
It-
territory.
It's not occupied, it's quarantined.
Oh, yeah.
Due to the mass suicide of the people on the planet as referred to by the Empire.
Quarantined, occupied. Kind of the same thing.
Considering everyone's supposed to be dead, they don't need to be there.
So how are we going to a party then with a Duke?
Because
passcodes and all kinds of good shit.
No, I know that. I mean, if it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be dead.
well, they're on the platform surrounding the planet.
Oh, I see. Yes, they did say the platforms.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
thought they were on planet, not around the planet.
No.
So it
Randy, Randy.
looks to be quite an exclusive affair. All the ships coming in are shiny and squeaky new.
No, ours is standing out a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah, okay, we'll have to get this cleaned and packed.
Looks like there's a few of the Nubian ships coming in with their chrome-esque look to them.
Okay.
And the Nubian ships are definitely the elite market.
Yes, if they're chromed, they're noble family.
Not just noble family, a lot of money. Not all noble families have money.
That's one way to become a noble family. Is have lots of money and be generous with it.
It normally refers to core welders.
Yes.
Very few outer world people have the money to pay for them.
Mm.
And as you come in for a landing, your ship does look definitely
Out of place.
unique.
Yeah, unique. That's a good word.
We don't want unique.
Yeah, we want fats.
We want fades into the
It's
background.
a fashion choice.
Yeah. To look like it has already been junked.
Yeah, it's that whole rich person thing where you spend a lot of money to look homeless. We're
Yeah.
going with that.
Derelict.
Yes.
Well, it's also one way of travelling incognito if you're doing weapons trade.
Yes.
You don't want the shiny, expensive vessel that can
No.
barely carry anything.
Yeah.
You want the cargo traveller that looks nondescript.
It's
Yes.
fine.
Like everyone else.
Everyone else here is basically probably worth as a hostage as much as you guys are worth as a bounty.
Yeah.
Just to capture them and let them go.
Especially,
Each.
yeah, core welders for sure.
Just for the ships.
Mm-hmm.
They might not
Yeah.
want the people back, but they definitely want the ships back.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you are welcomed on board by a outlawed battle droid.
Outlawed battle.
All the military droids were outlawed about 10, 15 years ago.
Plus,
That's
of course,
surprising.
military droids are sort of limited to the military.
Yes.
This is
Mm.
wrong. This is bad both ways.
Mm-hmm.
And you also know the
Shows power.
Geonosians built most of the battle droids.
Oh, that's right.
Well, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
When they're not built by the Bactoids.
The Bactoids actually
Yeah.
built them through here. Bactoid was
Mm.
based a lot on Geonosis.
Yeah.
They had a majority of their
Mm.
factories here.
Yeah.
So what kind of battle droids? Is it the ones in the movies?
This one is the original ones from the movie, B1.
Mm-hmm.
Which is...
The Roger.
Oh, yeah, the Roger.
Yes.
And he welcomes you to Duke Piddock's party. Hopefully you spend much and leave with what you came for.
Of course. That is rather the point. Thank you very much.
And it says, come this way, and turns and walks right into a wall.
We
Ow.
walked through
I
this.
won't
we,
follow him
we,
into the
we
wall.
walked through the door he almost got to.
Yep, that's right next to him. We're into the wall. And he goes, yes, that way. Hits his head a couple of times. You go, that's better.
They don't do well when they have extra programming.
No.
And their programming is...
They didn't do well with the programming they had.
As you look,
No.
his
Well,
parts
they're
don't
not military
match.
droids.
He's actually made from a what looks like pieces that survived
Mm-hmm.
from probably at least 8 different droids, and not all of them battle droids.
Mhm.
Okay.
Gotcha.
mismatched hands,
he
that sort of thing.
He has
He
two
does have 2 arms, but he may have hidden weaponry and he may be a weapon. Battle droids are known to be deadly even without weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They sure as hell didn't look it.
To someone who has no training and reflexes, they can be quite devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
I
of
can see
course,
that.
that may be a deliberate fake. Programmed to act and look like an idiot. Run into things from time to time. When you need to kill stuff, be vicious.
Even when they're on the field of battle, though, like
Well,
they just look like complete.
that was the problem, though. If you see them in later in Rebels, they're really, really efficient because they took a lot of the extra programming out of them.
In Clone
Very
Wars, they got
effective.
better and better
Yeah.
as the time progressed because
Yes.
they
To be
started to
expected.
learn how to deal with things.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when they started out from the first movie, they were experienced combatants, they hadn't really faced an army.
Yeah.
They were more insurrection putting down.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing with the droids early on was they were actually being controlled by the Trade Federation ship overhead, which means they were on remote control, and
Yeah,
it was conflicting with their own programming some of the time. Plus, their brains actually aren't very big. They don't take a lot of different programs. You load extra stuff on them, like teach them how to use gunnery and various other things, and they go unstable.
This one doesn't seem to have remote control antennas.
Yeah. All the one, except for those first ones, all the later ones are all independent.
Okay,
The
so
third ones also had the program.
Yeah.
Go over there and shoot things. Good at that.
if it's moving, shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
He leads you to another hangar where you can see what appears to be a luxury capital ship.
Mm.
Unknown design.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's not something you've seen before.
Luxury capital ship. That's stupid amounts of money.
Yes.
And it sort of looks like it's been cobbled together with scrap.
Okay, now that's a bit weird.
That's interesting. So somebody putting together their own capital ship.
That could be any one of like 5 or 6 different species.
I was gonna say.
So
Depends on the style.
I was gonna
do
say,
we
could that be the
understand
dude?
what has gone into it?
Looks like it has probably same sort of capacity as the Corvette. Maybe like the Princess Leia Corvette. Maybe a bit more.
Yeah.
So it's not like the Mon Calamari, for example.
It's not a
trade ships and
it's not a big cruiser.
armored,
Yeah.
outgunned them.
Yeah, it's just barely a capital ship.
And like the one from New Hope, this one has lots of engines on it.
Right. So
Fair
it
enough.
looks like they've based it on a Corellian cargo or military ship and then added a bunch of extra fun stuff.
It would, except it looks more like a saucer, where the entire back of the saucer is engine based.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
couple of those too. Yeah,
Almost
but
like
cap scale.
U.S. Enterprise ish.
Yeah, except it's all the engines are on the back of the dish.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I cannot think of one that
Sounds like a
matches.
Falcon.
it doesn't have
Yeah,
well,
except it's capital scale.
except the Falcon would fit inside its landing bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple
Did
of them.
somebody hire Boom Boom Crash for engineering this monstrosity?
And as you get that, you realize that the party's on the ship.
The figure.
You would expect that if they were to survive, they wouldn't be stationary. So you'd expect all the Geonosians to have mobile homes at this stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ring around their planet is so massive, it would be very hard to police.
Makes sense. That would be the only way they can continue with imperial embargo and stuff. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
So.
And as you get up onto the ship itself, you see that there is a big bar there with a pair of hulking advanced battle droids.
Mm-hmm.
So from the second movie, the big sort of Cylon-like big heads, and
yes.
The big.
With the heavy
Yeah.
blasters in the arms. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
two of those are flanking the doors, and these guys actually look pristine.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay.
Scary, but interesting.
And possibly upgraded.
I would be entirely surprised if they weren't.
Which, aren't we like 10 years after the end of Clone
15 years.
15 years after the end of the Clone Wars. For them to be pristine at this stage is an interesting
They're
notion.
well maintained.
Yeah.
Or just built.
Yeah.
Or just brought out of... Yeah.
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 So those
Because the Geonosians knew how to build them.
those broken down droid factories may not be so broken down.
Well, they moved some of it up into the ring around the planet.
Yeah. Yes.
Easier to transport.
Mm.
Don't have to worry about that pesky.
Entry thing.
Yeah, yeah. Realistically, this was better business for them.
Yes. Yes. Who needs customs when your home is extraterritorial wherever you are?
Exactly. Who
Okay.
needs to figure out international shipping if you're just in the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
And you do notice that they are also armed with the Geonosian style blaster rifle.
Yeah, those ones are a bit special.
Yes, so these are things that do a sonic energy pulse, and it is a area effect like a shotgun.
Yes. And from memory, they can't
gonna
be
say,
used
that's-
unless you're a Geonosian because of the hands.
Ah. Yeah, no, that's very
the ships
unique
are like
for a
that
Star
too.
Wars setting to have a spread rather than just
Yeah.
lasers.
Mm.
Well, it's very hard to deflect if it's a spread.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, and looking at it, it is being designed to work with the droid,
Mm. Yep. Well, that's
So it's actually built into the droid.
built
Yeah.
into the droid.
well, it's easy enough to do that. It's
Yeah.
just if you're not a Geonosian or it's built into you, then Yeah.
You'd never heard of it being built into something other than a Geonosian handheld weapon.
yeah. Well, the Geonosians don't usually arm droids.
They don't, yes.
They build armed ones, but not their own weapons. So yeah, but here and now, perfectly fine.
Okay, you went to the casino, and it's a saloon-style doors outside the airlock. So apparently they can shut and open the airlock, but they built saloon-style doors to make it more homely.
For the fun of it.
Because they don't think like we do. Fine. As long as it doesn't interfere with the proper operation of the door,
Well,
I don't mind.
Looking at the things is they're completely superfluous to the door. The
Of
door
course.
can open and shut behind it.
That's what I'm thinking of. I don't care what the doors do or don't do, as long as they don't interrupt what the proper door is.
And it sort of looks as if the main door shut, it would crush the sliding doors the saloon doors very quickly.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising.
Yeah.
You believe it's been designed in how they perceive non-Geonosians want things.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. It's
Well, they're
They-
not wrong.
yeah. They don't think like us, so we're going to look some stuff up. 3 minutes on Google.
Yeah.
And hey, we might have just found a Western movie and we designed everything like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. As long as we don't have a high noon shootout, we should be fine. This is Star Wars. We're going to have a high noon style shootout, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay, inside the doors itself, you see two Geonosians who are as tall as the Wookiee,
Oh,
Okay.
but
Big buggers.
probably give about 10 times the bulk of the Wookiee.
it's a great big, tall,
That's
fat
big.
bastards.
Buffy boys.
Yeah.
And they are holding some of the largest wide-bore rifles that you've ever seen.
Slug throwers or energy weapons?
And their
They'd be
energy
their- they'd be their sonic
scattergun
jummies.
weapon.
Like a big shotgun.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
You'd think you'd even struggle to pick those suckers up.
I'd give it a go.
was going to say, I don't know that will stop him from trying.
No, no.
And these guns itself look improved from the designs that were in the Clone Wars pictures you've seen.
It's cool.
So if I got my hands on one though, I'd be able to shoot it.
No,
No, because you don't have the right hands.
you don't have 4 hands for a start.
So what do I need 4 hands for?
Because that's how many
That,
they
they
have.
built it so that it can only be used by Geonosians.
Yeah, they're
Like
They're
they built
physical.
it with like
They
3
got
triggers or something.
4 limbs. No, is it 6 limbs?
They are
Well,
6
actually
limbed.
8 if you take the wings, but
Thank you.
yeah.
yeah. 2 legs, 4 arms, pair of wings.
So you can't-
or 4 wings.
You
Got
can't
it.
take
Stuff's
I don't know
non-bad.
some glue or something and glue things.
You would have to
close.
you would have to restock and rewire the whole thing. You'd have to take it to an armourer. And he'd go, I'm not touching that. A Geonosian will come in here and rip my head off.
Oh, they might now do it.
Yeah.
But they would go. They would be worried about it blowing up on them. And those rifles do look like a improved design over what used to be there.
Plus, big.
You imagine that Duke Piddock has employed the guards partly for intimidation, but also as a sales pitch.
Yep.
Their guns are very impressive.
It's working.
Inside, the decor is something of a surprise. Clearly, someone has designed the cantina in order to appeal to a cosmopolitan clientele. From the cantina stage, an upbeat jazz band has been commissioned to provide some entertainment. The band consists of a lanky Bith on a glue horn, a hyperactive Rodian on Mozzbox, so think Rodian on speed, and a blue-skinned Twi'lek blowing a mean siren whistle. A pallid and exotically dressed Twi'lek girl with stunning long leku intones sultry vocals over the frenetic melodies.
Sorry, they've only got 2 arms. It's a finger layout that meshes things
Yeah.
up.
I sent a picture to Steve because they look crazy.
Yes, they do.
Well, you can actually design, if you had like koala style things where they have 2 thumbs, that could really freak out people if you designed it to require 2 thumbs.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah,
like
this-
there should be a koala style race out there with 2 thumbs.
Yeah.
We just call them Ewoks.
Yeah, their ships
That's
are built.
true.
Their ships are built the same way. They can only be used by Geonosians.
A couple of Geonosian workers man the cantina bar, and a Roche 9J protocol droid is stationed nearby. So they're the insectoid-looking protocol droids.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
An old Geonosian with a number of golden bangles and pieces of gilded armor stands close to the bar, speaking to an elegantly dressed human woman. Not far from them is a table occupied by a young human man and a woman, clinking their glasses and laughing.
Yeah.
A Gand in dusty and tattered robes sits by himself in the corner of the room, and a young Salastan male sips his drinks and watches the band, occasionally glancing over his shoulder at the final guest, a Toydarian who flutters nearby. 3 small private booths line the wall to your right, clearly set aside for guests who wish to talk without fear of eavesdroppers.
It sounds like a space we might be occupying soon.
Okay.
So what would you like to do?
Nick everything. I mean,
I'm assuming it's an open bar.
Going up to the bar, they seem to have things listed as non-deadly alcohols.
okay.
Deadly alcohols. And it's something I recognise that I might enjoy.
But the names don't make sense. They seem to be written by someone who doesn't drink alcohol,
Oh,
and mostly listed on alcohol percentages.
Something that sort of sits on the percentage that you expect a beer to be on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have what they consider their flavoured alcohol with 0.5% alcohol content. And then they have the drinks that are listed as 150% alcohol.
What would
That's
Wookie
what?
drink?
I'm only going by
150% or 100? No, they wouldn't know about proof, would they?
From their perspective, it's literally more alcoholic than a full glass of just alcohol.
Right. So it will kill you.
So I'll go for the beer level 0.05. Yeah.
It's a weird mud sort of tasting, but it's nice.
Alright.
If my hands worked, I will stop dropping food.
I'll,
That'd be a favourite.
I'll take the drink back, and I'm assuming by this stage the rest of the party will have grabbed a booth or something. And I'll
Yep.
turn
I'll
up
get
and
one.
sit down.
I'll look over the people and see if we can spot, unless you've described them already, our person.
There was one Geonosian.
The old Geonosian.
listen,
Yep.
who was talking with a human woman.
Yeah.
He's the only Geonosian of any sort of styling.
Yeah. The rest of them either look like guards or just like general.
And it's generally believed that the Geonosians only really follow etiquette, so if you speak to the wrong person, they may kick you out.
Yeah.
So, do we know what the etiquette is?
Do we know the right
Did we
people to
get
talk to?
told?
You would expect talking to the Duke, not trying to talk to any of the other staff. Unless, of course, the Duke is busy and you've already spoken to him first.
So, the Geonosian that we're after isn't the Duke, though?
You wanted to speak to this Duke to find out why he quit working for Timo,
Oh,
so you could tell the other Duke.
so the Duke is the guy that we need to talk to. Alright.
So he's
Really
currently
carefully.
busy speaking with a human woman. There is one human man who's sitting alone.
There is, I believe. Let me go back to the list of people.
Yeah.
So you have the old Geonosian talking to a human woman. You have a young man and a woman. You have a Gand. You have a young Celestin male. And you have a Tidarian.
Okay.
I'm sure he's only interested in money.
Yeah.
I'll grab us a booth if you like, so that we've
Yeah.
got one.
Yeah.
We could grab a booth,
Oh,
but it could also be the. Trying to think who would be the easiest to try to talk to first. I would go with either the Celestian or the two humans. Or it could be we have to sit in a booth and kind of wait our turn.
Well, you do know that the planet that the Celestins call home
Yeah.
is a big partner of the Empire. So they have nationalized their association with the Empire.
Yeah. So, possibly not necessarily the people we want to.
The fact that he's on the Millennium Falcon in Return of the Jedi is because he's one of the rebels of his people.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Right.
And he's one of the characters they decided not to give any speech to. So, nom 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 nom. So it's called Nine Nom because all he would say was nom.
But the Duke's not there yet, I presume.
Or is that
You believe the Duke is there with the gold and jewellery.
So that's the one talking to the human.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm not retaining a good visual perception of.
Oh, there's a lot of things to keep track of, so.
I guess if he's talking with a human, we should wait for him to become free.
Okay, so when he finishes talking to the human, he flutters your way.
Okay.
He does have wings that are close to about 1.5 meters in length.
Yeah.
And as he gets closer, he says, I take it you are the traders from Ryla. Is that so? Very good. I hope this evening will prove to be profitable for us both. He wears a shining breastplate and several gold bracelets around his wrists and ankles.
Mm-hmm.
So, looks very similar to the guy in charge of the arena in the episode 2.
Yeah. Cool.
Right. Just not as many people following him.
Well,
So-
I believe we were leaving it up to
The talkie people.
Oscara and Pasha.
Yep. Ash and
Pash,
Oscara.
sorry.
I raise my mud beer to him.
We'll
Take a sip.
stand as much as the booth allows me and give a little bow, but leave the talking up to
He's glad you're enjoying the alcoholic beverage. He refers to it as alcoholic beverage because to him it's not something he
Because I can
drinks.
give a beverage anyway. So yeah, we'll talk together, but I think Pash will take.
He does ask if the Wookiee could understand his classification system because he couldn't understand what was safe and what wasn't. Until he got his people to reclassify it.
He says in Wookiee, obviously, and if he understands, the percentages are of great help.
He seems quite happy by that. Though you're sure he said spared no expense.
My character considers he's going to try quite a few of these beverages to see what they're all about.
See how much you can go up in percentages.
No. I'm going to keep around the sort of below 10% mark. Don't want to get written off.
You know those 10% add up though.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's not as I'm going to have 20 or 30 of them, but
I've seen someone do that.
yeah.
Uh,
You don't buy a pint, you buy a gallon at a time. A Wookiee mug.
Yeah.
Happy hour.
Don't worry, I'll only have 3 or 4 of these.
This is a very large Irish vet drinking 9% Guinness.
Yeah.
He had 17 or 18 of
Oh.
them.
What?
I had about 8,
No way.
and he was walking straighter than I was.
I went to the Ben Spoke Street Party.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had friend of a friend, blah blah blah, and he said, look, try the I think it cluster 10 or 12 or whatever the hell it was. They only come in this sort of relatively small glasses. Take a sip, and it was delicious. It was so good, sweet, lots of flavour. Just really good. And then he says, "Oh, yeah, it's 10%, so it's basically wine in a glass." Wine, and I woke up the next morning and I was not a happy man.
So, all right.
If only you could remember what was the drink.
Well, I ordered it a number of times, so yeah. But yeah, and that was about the time I basically, because I'd completely written off a Friday, and I basically went, I'm not going to drink anymore. So that's about when I gave up alcohol. So had a month so far dry, and so far so good.
Okay, so
So you're drinking in game.
Yes. So yes,
Yeah.
we are the people that you surmised. Very well done, sir. My lord, whatever the correct form of address is for genosis in the circumstance.
he doesn't mind as long as you buy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that is what we're here for, of course.
They sent us here for as many rifles as we could get.
Mhm.
So.
He pulls out a hollow projector from under his breastplate.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
And he shows you a picture of a Geonosin heavy blaster pistol for listed for 1,100 credits. It does look a lot meaner than the heavy blasters you guys have.
These could be modified to be used by non-Geonosians.
They're designed to be used by anyone.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, let's deal.
He's going into arms manufacturing.
So general use controls.
Well, it's not as dangerous as droid manufacturing these days, he says.
Well, that's fair.
There doesn't seem to be a market for droids to do your work for you.
They're also easier to ship.
The droids are fairly easy to ship. They can even ship themselves.
Right, yeah, there's that.
And they can even protect their worth along the way. And you don't need any food or life support for them.
And they can pour you drinks.
He sort of shakes his head about that one. Not so good at that.
Depending on the droid, but yes.
He doesn't deal in protocol.
No, that's fair. Yes.
Uh,
You have rifles as well as pistols. That's
Okay.
specifically what we are.
He switches to another screen and you see a Geonosin blaster carbine. It definitely looks nasty.
Nice.
And this one's listed for 1,300 credits. And he switches over to what appears to be the final one he's got on sale at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
A Geonosin blaster rifle. Going for 1,500 credits.
I was going to say, we could just about buy one each without 5,000 credits to start with.
Automatic fire.
He says, of course.
Nice. So
Where's my drink twin?
He said, if you're going to take something down, make sure it stays done.
the budget so that we were given was 5,000 credits.
Mm-hmm. How many would you like?
We have
That's
we
three.
have our own
That's 3
2,000
rifles.
credits.
That's 1.
5 and 2, 7.
Sorry?
I wonder if we can talk to him a little bit about negotiate a little bit, and I'll try to talk to him about like
Is there a...
in our work, like we have a certain set of principles that we're holding or that we're trying to hold to, and it's one of those things where if you're in a position where you don't believe in the work you're doing, you decide to do your own work. I wonder if you can relate. Trying to see if I can get him to talk a little bit about potentially him getting away from Timo. And it, like we can kind of throw that in a little bit to be like,
he
you
did
know,
also say that he's changing into. So maybe
Yeah,
what
so
made him
I want to
decide
try
to make a change.
to subtly get into that.
Okay, let's make a charm
topic.
roll and see how you can do that.
While also trying to actually make a deal, because I'm not lying there.
I was going to suggest because
so
I think it's is it Nim?
What's your
You
Oh, I
guys-
can back you up, actually.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, what was your
Okay.
charm?
We could
I'm
also
skilled in it.
suggest that if he drops the price
yeah.
for one of each weapon, Nim will probably buy more of each weapon after she tests them all out.
Yeah, like that would be.
So
Yeah.
we could use that as
Yeah.
an incentive to drop it down.
Well,
Well, trial.
my concern is actually getting the information while also getting
Yes.
Yeah.
the weapons.
But if we...
To me-
well, well, with $5 grand, we can get one each of the weapons as a trial for the boss.
Yeah.
They expect
What
the
you don't
boss
want.
wanted multiple rifles.
Yeah, the boss
Yes.
wanted his
He wanted
mage.
model rifles. That's sort of
Yeah.
also what I was looking for. Do you have other versions of what you've already shown us?
He says, no, these are the current models he's made in the last few months.
So I would
His
like
own design.
I would like to do a charm to get him to relate to us and share his information, while also potentially negotiating a deal where it's like buy 3 get 1 free or something.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So
Well, if you're doing
he
that, I'm going
has-
to give you a hand.
I will give you a boost based on your comments.
Yay! I have 3
green dice. He has 2 green, 1 yellow. Would Pash be able to help me?
He would.
Yay. Okay, so that would be 1 yellow, 2 green, but I will use that upgrade, so that'll be 2 yellow, 1 green.
It would be 3
So
yellow.
it's gonna
Yes.
go downhill from here, right?
We'll go with that.
Okay,
How did
so
that go bad?
Martin's dice roll.
That's not good. Oh
You should have rolled those.
no. No.
okay, so apparently you just don't have the charm to get through these sort of things, and even Pash is sort of looking at the.
Please,
Just like
Hey, you're the shooty shoot. I'm the wordy word. Off to the side.
Yep.
it's what she meant to say.
Okay, so would you like to try again?
Yes, please.
Yes. Right. So if you're going to, you can be enthusiastic and be backing me up, so you can help me with it.
Yeah.
Both on the same page, I'm just better at it.
Okay,
It's still bad.
That's
Not good.
you are struggling to get him to release any sort of monetary reduction in prices.
Would it help for he was, I don't know what's oh, he probably can't speak Wookiee. Oh no, he spoke to the Wookiee, okay. I was going to say he's developed a rapport with the Wookiee over the drinks. Maybe the Wookiee can
depends what the Wookiee's charm's like.
yeah, what's
It's
your charm
probably
like?
I suck.
Well,
I'm a
what
Wookiee,
does
not
suck
charming.
So what is your charm?
2 green.
2 green.
Yeah, if you upgrade, you
Yeah.
get a yellow and
Mathis is
It's 2 green
no,
as
that's
well.
that's combat stuff.
Yeah.
Technically, you could work with Paul and make it 2 yellow. As your helpful interpreter to make sure there's no misunderstandings.
That's right.
We'll take it.
We'll go with that. Anything to give us another roll with a better
Yeah.
chance of success.
And you can technically upgrade.
Yeah, we need it because like this is the one thing we need to do.
Yes.
So it's a team effort.
Yes. Module comes down to 1 roll.
Yeah. That was better.
Better doesn't mean good.
Well, there were no failures in the roll.
This time.
So
Is it all
basically,
advantages, or do you get a success?
it was 2 successes and 2 threat.
Well, there you go.
So yes,
So we got places, but
It took.
you're really
some,
feeling the
struggle.
effects of the alcohol.
it's a bit interesting.
Yeah.
I keep complimenting him on the, because I've probably never drunk mud beer before. So my character's like, "This is really good."
He may misinterpret your charm as flirtatious involvement.
Somehow
Which
the
is why I'm
Wookiees
translating.
sounds a little bit more like.
Okay, so the big thing about the Geonosian weapons is their crit rating is 1 lower than a normal weapon.
Ooh.
Means you can crit more often.
Nice.
Oh wow.
So most of the blasters have rating of 3. He does rating of 2.
Nice.
As in you only need 2.
Yeah.
Hmm.
2 advantages to get
Yeah.
a crit. Nice.
Yeah.
And with you putting down 5k on it, he will give you 3 of the rifles for 5k.
What was the listed price for those?
Well, actually, it should be
Should be 4.5.
3 rifles for 4k.
That's
For 4. Yeah.
For
3
4K,
For, 3
that's a
for
good
4 is a
deal.
good deal.
yeah.
No, that's fair deal. So
Yeah.
Appreciate-
Here's 3 rifles and some.
very
and some
heavily
spare change.
appreciated.
Yes.
If you need an extra angle on the Timo side of it, you do have a team member who was once a member of Rebel Alliance and then changed away from that and
Yeah.
possibly relate on that level.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I was gonna
Because
say,
we-
yeah,
'cause we
like
wanna
we've
get-
tried. If you want to try to get,
Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, because we want
'Cause I think-
we want relatable stuff from this guy for the
Yeah.
other ones. So relating him to start with is a great
It'd be
start.
really good, I think. And I don't know what's in Vex's and Mathis's backstories because my memory's not great, but if they have similar stories, we might, as a group, work together to convince him to tell us. So rather than it just being a singular persuasion roll.
Okay, though, with your haggling and or getting involved in it, you do find out that he cut off dealings with
Okay,
Timo,
don't need it.
because he learned Timo employed a Kubat spy. It was the final straw on all the things Timo had done.
Mm-hmm.
Because things hadn't been going well for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
does he kind of say what some of the other things?
Well, he suspected but could not prove that one of his technicians, Sivor, was abducted and killed by Timo. He considers this an annoyance, not a major crime. He's not sentimental about drone cast innocence.
Yeah.
Basically because they are not as independent.
Yes, but
They're not
Timo.
real people.
But Timo removed a resource without telling him.
Yes. A useful resource.
A useful resource, and didn't replace it with anything. So
So-
he stole from him.
Yes.
His assistant was a droid? Did you say?
No, a
Yes.
drone cast.
Oh, a drone cast.
Yeah,
So think of it like
The
a...
expendable
No, I
ones.
understand.
yeah.
And he does suspect that, he does see that Timo was interested in battle droid parts, schematics, and complete units.
Mm-hmm.
He believes the Hutt might have been interested in building his own battle droids.
Yeah. Well,
And,
sort of a Hutt thing.
well, not really. The Hutts don't manufacture.
Usually that.
No, that's true. Getting your own battle droids. Yes.
Purchasing full units, yes.
Yeah.
Building,
Getting someone
no.
and making, that's a bit, yes, that's unusual.
And it's a side business that the Hutts have never gone into.
Because it involves setting up factories and stuff, and that takes looking after staff, and they're not very good at that. Because they eat them, or just kill them because it's fun.
There's that. Most dancing people don't last too long around Hutts.
Yes.
But he recommends you enjoy the rest of the party here.
Mm-hmm.
He will wander back and maybe chat to you later, as he's going to go on and talk to other people and make more deals. And he's looking forward to further work now that he has given you a new buyer's discount.
Yes.
And he likes Wookiee.
Well, the Wookiee looks like him as well. He's a good bloke.
Yes. And he's got a kink about furry things. All right. We don't need to be here anymore, do we?
Not necessarily.
You can get information from other people. Who
That's
are-
true.
To work the room.
Mm-hmm.
The Wookiee works his way through the lower end of the alcohol spectrum.
And I will.
Okay, so the closest person to you is the Celestin, who's sharply dressed,
Mm-hmm.
but looks like he's fairly young. He says, "I'm pleased to meet you, but if you don't mind, I'm trying to enjoy the music. Perhaps we can talk once the band wraps up."
That sounds like an excellent plan, thank you. And leave him.
What's he drinking?
Appears to be drinking sugar water.
I ask what he's drinking. And if he doesn't understand, I don't push it.
He says he's gone for the 0% option.
Ah.
Got to keep his wits about him.
Sounds like that's going to happen for a lot of people.
As I take another big sip of whatever the hell it is I'm drinking.
And while you're moving around, the Roche 9J worker drone comes over to you and says, "Greetings, Master. How may drone BG222 service the colony? You wish to be introduced to the travel Mr. Nub, who wishes to visit colonies throughout the galaxy. Bears leave him be. He is enjoying the sonic vibrations." For some reason, there's lots of Z's throughout the entire thing.
Considering where it comes from, that's what it looks like.
So, is that
Oh, dude.
a servant of the Celestin or someone else?
You believe it's a servant of the
Made
Geonosians.
by basically insects.
Oh, those ones, yeah.
Verpine. Bastard of program.
So it has an off-white
Use base 14.
carapace and a large
Sorry?
head top.
They use base 14.
Oh, God.
It has a large off-white carapace and a large head top with multifaceted optical apparatus. 5 guys.
Well, it is an insectoid creature, right?
Yep.
Or based on one.
And he seems also overly cheerful, just like most other protocol droids.
Yep.
Just has the unfortunate slur to his Z's. He's a bit of a buzz.
So he's offering to introduce us to people?
Offered to introduce you to the Celestin after the song.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
But he said it in such a way it was very hard to get it out.
Yeah, that's what I was clarifying.
Oh yeah, some of the lisp saying Celestin. Oh dear. Well, so that sort of buzz lisp analog.
And the next one you come across is the large Gand wearing traditional huntsman garb. It says, "So what brings a mammal such as yourself to the hives of Geonosis?"
Is he talking to Pash and Oscara?
Sure.
Yeah.
You're
Alright.
here now.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yay. Okay.
Yay.
Well, they were going to take the lead, so I just
Yeah.
assumed.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair and valid.
Offering a vague thing of here to make some
Wookiee does
business
the job.
deals. And we were given that this was the right place to be in order to make some connections.
He's here as the representative of as yet informal organisation dedicated to the protection of the interests of insectile sentient species throughout the galaxy. His name is Varixit.
Okay.
Excellent.
And he looks excessively armed.
With nothing bigger than a pistol, right?
Nothing bigger than a pistol.
But he's got more than he has hands.
He does.
Okay.
And by the looks of things, he could potentially build a rifle out of the pieces on him.
I will pay special attention to how that thing is put together.
He likes to be spoiled for choice.
Yes, I do appreciate the fact that you are exceedingly well equipped.
So very think of Suicide Squad, the second one, where the guy kept having all these bits he pulled off his armor and kept putting onto guns. Think of someone just like that.
Cool.
Who is obviously well armed, well educated,
Fortunately, I have no.
and most likely a bounty hunter.
Ooh.
Well, bounty hunters are the ones who practice the trade the most.
Yeah.
So think him of one of those high-tier gadgeteers.
Yeah.
Martin was suggesting we could possibly get more information to you guys on the. Is his front saying that he's representing this yet to be formally formed group of insectoid alliance?
Yes, it's the organisation dedicated to promoting the interests of insectile sentient species throughout the galaxy. Insects are people too. Insect lives matter.
Isn't he?
How to show.
He's a big lizard.
No, he's a big insect.
Big
He's a big
insect.
insect.
Yeah, the Trandoshans are lizards.
Yeah.
So the Gandar.
The Gandar, they look, they're approximately insectile.
Yeah.
So,
Ah,
Yeah.
I had completely the wrong idea.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes. They're also really good at finding things.
That's right. He was the one we killed. He was
Yeah.
the race that.
one of the race you killed, yes.
Yeah. They're Hufflepuffs. Particularly good finders. It's a joke from Harry Potter musical.
Okay.
Okay, so also, he seems to, sort of brush you off with light banter after that.
Is he drinking anything?
No.
Ah. Okay.
You're enjoying yours.
Yeah.
And you were approached by someone who introduces herself as Maru Jakar. There's such a fascinating society the Geonosians have made for themselves here. Have you managed to catch any of the ritual combat during your visit?
No.
She looks you up and down and says, "Sure, you'd be one for the ring, wouldn't you?"
You were.
My character takes a sip and goes, I wouldn't mind a non-lethal combat with one of them.
And she turns and looks at, and what did he say?
I say. No, I'll translate back what he said. Maybe in a little bit more, just like neutral tone, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so looking at her, she's a rather slender woman with close-fitting suit of black leather and accessories with a flowing bright-coloured headscarf worn in the fashion of wealthy core worlders. Probably had one of those expensive ships you saw flying past.
So what brings her here, I guess?
She's here because she has an interest in the culture and history of the Geonosians, and here to buy some of antiques from Duke Piddock.
Antiques, you say? Wink.
She gives you a wink. Well, considering battle droids are considered antiques now.
I was going to say,
Yes, that's fair.
with these antiques, also have a lethal capacity.
Anything can be lethal if you apply enough pressure, she says.
It's true. It's true. Does she ever get her antiques through other places, like, I don't know, maybe the Hutts?
She'll get them from wherever necessary, she says.
How have you found your dealings with them?
Well, I'm not really the sort to engage in gossip about the Hutt, she says.
Oh, I wasn't looking for gossip. It's just looking for factual information about mutual places for which we could trade, and any tips or information that might be helpful to the acquisition of antiques.
Are you sure you're here looking for antiques, she says.
I'm looking for the same kind of antiques you are.
So you're in competition with me, are you?
No.
That's going to rack the prices up.
There's more than enough antiques to go around, I'm sure.
I'm sure there's more than enough antiques to go around, as the Wookiee suggested. But we might be looking for different kinds of antiques.
Well, she sure hopes so.
And who knows, if I come across the kind of antiques you're interested in, I might be able to pass on information to you about where to find them or even sell them to you. But, if we were good friends, it could be at friendship rates.
Okay, so while talking to her, you're sure that she actually works for Black Sun.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, well, you know,
Mm.
I'm not
Black
gonna.
Sun.
I'm not
Black
gonna.
Sun is
Criminals.
so think the equivalent of a galactic wide yakuza or mafia or something like that. But imagine the criminal organization that all the other organizations fear,
Including the Hutts.
including the Hutts.
Oh.
The Hutts are a branch of Black Sun, not Black Sun. Black Sun tells them to do something, they do it.
I'm gonna feel
So,
a sudden
yeah, I
need
would
to
say
refill my
it's-
drink.
I would say definitely like galactic yakuza or triads.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're so big that they have the Emperor's ear.
Yeah.
And run their own capital ships.
Yep.
Mostly cargo ships.
I'll
but
go
they
get
do
the
have a lot of
Wookiee
missiles
another
attached to them.
drink.
Yeah.
Okay, so while you're getting the Wookiee a drink, you are met by a Toydarian.
I am.
Yep. There's great party, These bugs have learned a lot about entertaining us mammals since the Clone Wars. Good wine, good jazz. I could almost believe it was home in a Mos Eisley cantina,
They do put on a good variety of entertainment, so thank
Bloodsport
you for
from Suicide
everyone.
Squad.
He looks like
Yeah,
a typical
yeah.
shifty member of the
Basically,
Toydarian species with light blue skin.
Weapons all over it.
And it literally says typical shifty member.
Typical shifty member.
Yep.
I'll make sure my pockets aren't next to him.
And he is fluttering about like a butterfly not wanting to settle in one space for too long.
Is this a flying species?
Yeah,
He is a flying species. Think Watto from Tatooine.
Okay.
only
yeah.
better dressed.
Yeah. Better dressed, but just as untrustworthy.
Yep.
And he's here for a good party. And he's buying
I believe
like
that.
50 proof alcohol.
I believe that too.
Too rich for me.
And considering all the booze is free, he's quite happy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
All the stuff.
considering all the booze is free, I'll buy him a 50 proof rum drink, and grab something less toxic, for lack of a better word, for my Wookiee friend.
Okay.
Mm.
He says, "Oh, Yorkie deserves something better," and chooses something else on the menu for him.
Check the alcohol percentage.
This one's 25%.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
that's 50 proof, so.
You know, the whole drink may not make it back to the Wookiee if I'm clumsy enough.
So he'll get him another one then.
I'll wait until the Troldarans not particularly looking in my direction.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, no, I remember
See, your memory does work.
well,
Sometimes.
Now,
it
into the
depends
Jedi
on
mind
the
tricks.
movie
Yes.
and how easy it was to. It was a main character. It was on for 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay, so he's happy to chat to you while there, because he did say he does know Tatooine,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and he is from Tatooine.
Mm.
We were ultimately ending up in Tatooine for something, weren't we?
Yes, because that's where Timo is.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
Timo is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he
Proper.
Much we know.
part with any information in particular, or?
Well, he does know Timo because everyone knows Timo.
Yeah,
Probably
Timo's
crack the road on him
he's
or
a Hutt, and he runs the region there. So surprised who doesn't have a story about Timo to share.
Always happy to share
Quite
stories for credits.
Well, that's fair.
I don't know that I have a whole lot of credits, do I?
Well,
He's a group of 2,000, just so you know.
and you have an extra 500
Yeah.
you didn't spend.
Yes.
And I personally had
Do I
I've got
know
400
what-
written on my character sheet.
a respectable amount or a
Well,
reasonable amount of credits?
what would you like to know about? And then I'll tell you how much.
We wanted to
Reasonably
know
sure.
a bit more about
I don't
what were those emails about?
Well, there was the Kubit spy. There
The Kubik spies.
yeah,
uh,
the Kubit spy's the big one.
Timo's relationships. There was what was on the ship. There was the Geonosin who's gone missing. And that's a whole bunch of things you could ask him about.
In terms of what was helpful to us and what we were specifically looking for, though, does anyone in the group remember what that is so I can answer that question?
Well, he's happy if you want, if he's talking to you while wandering over to the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And then gives the Wookiee the very strong smelling drink.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got one in one hand and one in the other.
Yep.
Double park.
And he says this is probably more to your liking. It is primary tree sap.
The Wookiee's about to get some.
Sniff.
Smells a lot like the local beers from Kashyyyk. A lot stronger than the local beers from Kashyyyk, but also a lot tastier.
Okay.
Not what you usually have, but hey, you can already feel your hair starting to stand up.
So this is when you'll nurse for the rest of the night. I hope.
This
Well,
one will grow more
sip from
hair on
this
your
one.
face.
Got from that one.
That's
There
the
you
one.
go.
Sip from this one.
That's the
got
one.
from that one.
What was
Yeah.
his name again?
His name is
It didn't come.
Anata.
Yeah.
He introduces himself as Anata.
I'll introduce.
The party Toydarian. Here for a party. Always there for a party. Any party.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Introduce Anata to the group and mention Anata has quite a lot of stories to tell about Timo. If
Always good to hear stories
I'll
about
heavily
Timo.
leave the inference of A, credits will be involved, and B, if someone else can also remember what information we needed about Timo.
He's always happy to tell a good
They
yarn
can
for somebody.
help,
Yes.
because I can't
What would you
remember
like to know, laddie?
what was the specific information we needed.
What's the most scurrilous story that you're willing to tell about Timo?
Well, there's lots of stories about him, but where would you like to start from? Because most of them are scurrilous in many ways.
I have a feeling
Well, it is
it's been
Timo.
very specific. No one remembers? How he was?
Which scurrilous would you like to know more about?
Which scurrilous is most important to our employer at the moment? Or to the Geonosian that we've been talking to?
Well, you could ask him about the missing man that you'd heard about.
Yes. Missing Geonosian.
Okay. So,
Yes.
well, he can tell you about what he knows about him for 20 credits.
I'll pass over
Very well.
20 credits.
Okay, he weaves a tale about him being a worker drone here in the hive. You used him for running errands and as a droid technician. And it seems to go on for about 10 whole minutes, and that seems to be the crux of that entire rendition.
So no actual information.
Well, you had confirmed he does know who he is and what he was good at.
But not where he
Yeah.
went or
Anything about
where he was last seen or where he
Yeah.
might be.
anything about why he's no longer available?
Well, that's a harder tale, so I might have to charge you 100 credits for that one, lady.
Bloody.
Well, you are very young after all.
One could certainly say that. Yes.
Well, you've got no lip hair. You're obviously very young.
I keep my lips and my chin clean.
So you look young.
Yes.
So lady it is.
It's a
The missing Geonosian mainly
It makes people think.
missing sister as well.
Yes, it makes people think I'm younger than I am. It has uses.
I'm sure it does.
Yes.
So, are you up for the 100 credits?
If I have that much on me, yes.
I'm sure you do with the group of you.
Yes.
So, yes, Timo saw to it that Civil was killed in a highly exclusive gladiatorial bout. Just him and his closest cronies were spectating. At the bout, as the bout was finishing, Timo allowed his Kubat spy, Thuik, to enter the ring and deliver the killing blow to Civil. It has been a long-held ambition of Threek to kill a Geonosian. Aside from this, he doesn't know anything that might be of concern to Duke Dimok.
Mm-hmm.
Now we want to know more about the spy, I'm sure.
We do. But that's going to start costing a serious money.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Anything cheap you can tell us about the spy?
Okay, so well, considering he's already told you this, he would normally charge 40 credits, but he's already given it to you, so he's not going to charge you again. The simple thing is, Timo does have a Kubat spy called Thweek. That's the basic information about the guy.
Well, let's go with that.
I would have gone with Thwack, but he's more of a Thweek.
Thwack is what's probably going to happen to him.
Because your sister went missing and was bought as a slave the same day that you rebelled against Timo. So could it be that this spy is possibly involved with making people go missing, or maybe know more about people who do go missing, or perhaps it's unrelated?
Though he's also willing to sell you some gossip that you didn't hear from him for 60 whole credits.
I'll go with that one.
He says Timo is from a minor branch of Jabba's own clan.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a dutiful junior Hutt, doing what he's told and kicking his percentage up the chain. But word is he's ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. Maybe if Jabba got some of the information that Timo was going to move against him, he'd smack the upside down for the good of the clan. Of course, you never heard that from me. He didn't say a thing.
Didn't hear a thing.
On the side,
This 60 credits is going to you entirely out of the goodness of our heart.
on the side, the fact that he was attempting to buy schematics and parts, etc.,
Making his own
etc.,
droids rather than buying them means there's no purchase links.
No one knows he's got them.
No one knows he's got
And he
them.
doesn't have to report it up the chain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he's not purchasing them.
he then supports him for going against
Anyone.
the people further up the food chain.
Well, Jabba will be the next one because he's on the same planet and he's powerful.
And Jabba is the head of his clan.
Yes.
So if he can take the head down, then he could pretend he's the head.
Yeah, he effectively takes over the clan as long as they let him. And if he's got a bunch of battle droids, they will.
Okay.
So we have a good amount of info.
He does mention that he does actually work for Jabba.
Mm-hmm.
That's his employer.
Is your sister supposed to be on this planet or on Tatooine?
Well, he's coming here. He came here for the sale.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep an eye on an era where if she was brought here, if she is like at the party, or if she has been fully taken to Tatooine.
Well, that's what I thought.
But he does also tell you that the Celestin is buying an obscene amount of weapons.
Right.
The Corellian siblings are a reliable smuggler pair.
Mm-hmm.
Briggs is confirmed as a bounty hunter.
Yep.
Top tier bounty hunter.
Yeah.
So, okay, we probably want to maybe avoid that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Maru Jakar is a bigot against droids.
Mm-hmm.
And Duke Dimok and Duke Pidok do not see eye to eye, though they both protest about the state of Geonosians' subjugation by the Empire.
Mm.
So it sounds like we've got the information we need, but nothing more on the missing sister.
Yeah.
No.
And if they weren't rivals, they probably worked together quite well. And he gave you a couple of extra stuff because, well, someone drank with him on the way to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a feeling that maybe you might actually be able to make Jabba's life a little easier.
We're aiming to.
Interesting in amusing ways.
Well, he wins. He gets to claim some of the fortune for himself.
Yeah.
Gets
That's-
new location,
I
new
was gonna
stuff.
say, yeah, the Hutts are not above screwing over each other. So,
Well, they are basically gangsters.
yeah.
And so at this stage, you get a chance to chat to any of the others if you wish to, before the party breaks up.
Is any of them more likely to have information about slaves?
He does mention that slaves had come through here recently,
Mm-hmm.
but the Geonosians weren't happy about it and asked them to leave.
Where did they go?
Tatooine.
Oh,
Right.
Sounds
So,
like that's
yeah.
where we're heading.
I was gonna say, yeah.
As
Tatooine
the
will be it.
Geonosians, while they have drones, don't believe in slavery.
Yeah.
Well, we've got yeah.
Yeah, because their drone, it's different. It's a hive mind.
And they can choose not to do so and go out on their own.
Yeah.
But that's a choice they have to make and have the capacity to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
And of course, if you've got drones, you don't need slaves.
Yeah.
While forcefully forcing someone to be a drone is abhorrent to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, you need overseers and all the rest of that crap.
Well, they don't understand that part. They just think forcing someone to be the caste they're not is
Yes.
horrible.
No, that's fair enough. They haven't got enough to really think about the financial issue, the economic issues with it.
And the Transhan just think slaves are just too inconvenient because they don't fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, their buildings don't have lifts or stairs or
Yeah.
elevators for a reason.
So, I guess that means we could probably, if you guys didn't want to talk to other people, head back to pass that information on and head out to Tatooine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because there was something else going on in Tatooine as well, I think.
Yeah. Well, we've got some information about Timo that
We could use.
we want to
against
give to, well, we used against Timo, but we want to give to Jabba. And at the moment, the best way to do so is be close to where Jabba is.
Weren't we going to go and see the other generation and convince him not to work with Timo?
Because.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need
we need to do that first.
And what we can do
But-
is we can use our information we gathered from the previous session. Just
Yes.
be like,
That
oh,
too.
let's have conversation together.
Mm.
Realistically, we started work between ourselves until we learn, blah blah blah.
And blah blah blah.
Yeah, so that's what we need to do now.
So you find yourself back on your ship not long afterwards,
Mm-hmm.
away from the chances of being turned into a quick bounty.
Yes, that
Yep.
was a reason to leave at speed rather than hang about.
Yes, we did not want to be around the good bounty hunter.
Because we may be stupid PCs, but we're not that stupid.
And you get a call from Uta,
Mm-hmm.
The
checking in on how things went.
we share that we got the rifles
Yep. We had 3 rifles and some change.
and we got
But they're very nice rifles.
and we got some of this information to pass
Mhm.
on. And we whoop boop share information that we
Yeah. Yeah, give them a description of the other things that they Geonosians are selling as well.
got. Who was there? What was going on?
Here's these.
This is the information we got.
Mm.
From who? All that.
So it would have been handy if you'd gotten some more information from the others, but hey,
There was a bounty hunter there. We couldn't afford to hang around for
Yeah, I
very
was
long.
gonna say.
you can understand that.
Agreed, but it was getting hot. So
Yeah.
So he's got information for you. So it says the cargo ship called the Lucky Guest currently berthed at the Trelec Hive, which is the one you're going to.
Yeah.
It is due to fly to Moshuta tomorrow at sundown with a cargo of goods that will be transported into Timo's palace. Should the negotiations go well with Duke Demok, he may well overlook the fact that the cargo ship contains some unexpected cargo in the shape of yourselves. I expect some violence, though even if Demok allows you to board the ship, he may place a few guards in your way for the sake of keeping up appearances if nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should be late morning when it arrives at my shooter. You should make your way to the Hutt and deal with him in whichever manner you see fit. For your troubles, we would see to it that the bounty the Hutt placed on your heads was awarded to yourselves for his death.
Well, that would be very nice.
That would, yes.
Um,
We could do the ship up proper with that.
We'll go and be there.
And on meeting with Anata, he says, "That's great news. I thought the only way to get rid of Timo would be to assassinate him. And it's no easy thing to kill a Hutt, mind you. If you could dig up some dirt on his plans to compete with the mighty Jabba, I'm sure we could pass us information along.
We
Oh,
already
There must
have
be
those.
someone in the palace willing to talk, or some kind of recordings pertaining to his plans. If you can find such things, you may be able to provide them to Jabba, and he will take care of Timo for us. So you could infiltrate, or you could assassinate. You now have options."
Infiltrate, I
You want
guess.
to assassinate, don't you? You want a Hutt head.
I'm
as
gonna
a
say,
house.
we're team assassinate most likely.
And you've just been taking some Genos and rifles for a test run to show the Twi'leks that they work properly.
Yeah.
Well, I've got it on my bowcaster, and I'm sure as hell when I shoot someone with it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with carrying both, is there?
Well, no, but yeah.
Nothing like carrying a pistol for the duration, but
Well, we've only got 3 guns. It's like,
yeah. Well, put it this way: how many of us are actually good with long arms? Yeah.
I'm good at range,
Not
heavy
particularly.
range.
Yeah, you are skilled in heavy range.
Yeah.
Okay, well you can use one, and you can use one, and you can use one,
Mm.
and I'll leave it to you guys.
Well, there are 3, so hey.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say,
That's what I'm saying,
Mathis
there's 3 of them.
skilled?
Mathis is good at punchy punch.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
he's
he's
the
a
punchy one.
Bar fight.
he's the bar fight guy.
Yes.
So he's the one who should walk up with Pash to have the conversation and say boring conversation anyway.
Yeah. And then punch things, and then you guys start shooting things, and we lie down to let you do it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we will try to talk to the Stoop to convince him that like,
Mm.
hey, this is what's going on. They're gonna screw you over, so send us to screw them over.
Okay, so in the morning, you have no trouble moving over to the Trellick Hive. They're happy to accept you, considering they know exactly where you've come from.
Yep.
The guards lead you into a long passageway lined with 100 Geonosian soldiers standing stiff and unflinching attention. This is probably the majority of the survivors of Geonosis,
Yeah.
or potentially all the surviving guards, because there would be the guards generally don't do the work.
Yeah.
To your eyes, Duke Dimok looks no different than Duke Piddock.
Mm-hmm.
And the names do sound very similar as
They
well.
do.
His carapace is perhaps a little more worn and pitted. His golden bangles are perhaps a little more numerous. He looks you up and down with a supercilious
Supercilious is right.
expression before he speaks, and I'm surprised I got it right.
It's a bugger of a word, that
I
one.
should have a jar for putting money in whenever I get the words right.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to pick the rarer thing.
Yes.
I have little desire to undermine my own business arrangements, but I owe a great deal to our mutual friend Uta. I'm therefore willing to hear you out, as you apparently have some kind of complaint against an associate of mine. Be quick about it though. Don't waste my time, he says. And with that you hear a fluttering of wings down the hallway.
Yeah. I guess us talkie talks.
Little talky talk.
We'll be very straight up of like how we were in the employ of Team ourselves and found it to be not very good. And what we have learned in all of this is we will then say word for word whatever that email said.
Probably even provide copies.
We
Yeah.
can actually provide
Yeah.
copies.
We will provide copies and say, this is it.
Yep.
Timo is not a
Okay.
I'll send a copy to your
good guy
data
to
pad.
be in business with, and he will screw you
Okay.
over.
Just so you know, for being polite and calm, gets you 1 point towards your favor.
Nice.
Expressing hatred towards the Empire gives you 1 point,
Yeah.
which none of you did. You get 1 point for talking about the Kubat spy and his books, which you did through the emails.
Yep.
Yes.
Sasha would also like to express her personal dislike for Imperials.
I was gonna say Sasha does have that.
The Kubat spy working for Timo killed Seavor gives you 1 point. Timor collaborating with the Empire will give you another point, because you do.
Yeah.
know he
Jabba's
does do
gonna
that.
take Timo down anyway.
And Timor plans to reverse engineer Bactoid combat droids in order to produce his own, gains you another point.
Yep. So
You still have a piece of Seavor's carapace on you, which you found in the cages.
Mm-hmm.
So the bug exoskeleton.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
And that would earn you a point. And evidence of the drum's communication with Tariq was another point. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points for. And if you're rude, you lose a point.
Mm-hmm.
If you're threatening, you'd lose 2 points.
Yeah.
That point.
And if you express loyalty to the Empire, you'd lose 1 point.
I'm
No.
not sure
Yeah,
any
no.
of the characters would do that.
It depends on how in character they are about pretending to be something else.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
Because you have to be friendly with the Empire to get the codes to
I
get
would
into
s-
here.
I would
Yes.
say maybe
But-
to our own detriment, our group is fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
And I think that's fantastic. That's why I ran you through the point scheme, because you had some idea of how it was weighted.
Yeah.
And the fact that you pretty much tick them all off.
yeah.
So if you've got 6 or more points, he says, that noxious slug. Fair enough then. Make your way to the cargo ship, I won't stop you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's not gonna even put up.
And it
Guards?
says, during the combat encounter, getting to the ship, you do not face any Geonosians. I'm assuming there's other things than Geonosians.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
does
It seems like we
lower
scored.
get to
There's
shoot
one,
his bowcaster?
there's one battle droid with 3 rounds left in his weapon.
Okay, so what you find out is the lucky guess is Vrixit's personal ship.
Okay.
The Gan Findsman is the elite bounty hunter, is the one who's in charge of the ship.
Well, we're gonna hide.
Mm.
Real nice.
No one's stopping you getting on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, but this ship belongs to a bounty hunter, right?
Yes.
So the one that we were trying to avoid.
Yes.
So we don't want to attract attention.
No. We don't want to attract attention a lot.
Okay.
Try to see if they
And-
have live cargo.
And you manage to sneak in there. There's bunches of droids sitting in there.
Mm-hmm.
And you do hear 2 humans talking over the comms doing pre-flight checks. You think the twins are actually the pilots of the ship,
Okay.
Makes sense.
and the Gansman is probably just the person in charge.
Mm.
It's not a simple ship.
Yeah.
It's a fairly hefty ship. And basically it is off and going very quickly.
Hmm.
It's called a customized Nova Courier, which would sit at probably about the size of your freighter, if not larger, but highly customized.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
And the
Yeah.
picture of it looks like the Serenity.
Really?
Yes, it does. It does. Here.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, it's flat. It's not
Yeah.
raised up like the Serenity, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But when you're looking at it from above,
From
it
above.
looks
It
like
looks
the
exactly
Serenity.
like
Oh
it,
yeah. Yeah. Well, it's got an above shot here.
That's great.
So I gather that
Pretty cool.
trench coat you got yourself, Pash, is a brown coat, right?
Yes. Although,
Don't you misbehave on this ship,
Yeah.
though.
But I don't want to explode.
although this isn't our ship, so yeah.
Though Bex does have a suggestion to Mathis. He does suggest that maybe this delivery could be altered in some way to work for you and not for the intended recipient.
Yes.
Deliver him one bolt at a time.
Like this. I like this.
Yeah.
Okay. So
You do have computing, don't you?
yes, he does.
I have pretty good computing.
He's been waiting all night for this.
Okay, so this is a computer check for you.
Alright, what have I got? I've got 1 yellow and 3 green.
Unfortunately, you cannot upgrade.
That's a shame.
But the droid is helping you with some extra assistance. Mainly because he can plug into them.
Every little bit helps.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Is that lots of stuff?
It's bad.
well, it works out as a single net failure
Oh.
after going through that really nice dice pool.
It's just a lot of blank dice.
Yeah.
So the first one you plug into appears to have done absolutely nothing. You haven't blocked it. You haven't bricked it, as they say when you put in the wrong stuff too many times. Apparently you're plugged into the wrong interface.
Oops.
Some computer expert, indeed.
That's the refresher.
Next response is, I'm not used to these models.
No, you're not.
Try a different one, maybe. And then
Report next to it.
At this stage, would you like to upgrade your check?
the answer is yes.
I would very much like to, yes.
That was better.
He does look a lot better. But technically, I can take those out because you are one of those.
Yeah.
I keep getting to look that way. And those two go away. And so, yes, this time you ended up with 3 advantages and 4 net successes.
Shit.
So, yes, you managed to interlink a bunch of the droids together to fight as units.
I like this.
Yeah.
And they're going to follow your command.
So now Mathis is an army of droids.
And literally, you can upload that code into the other droids to do the same thing.
Bigger army.
And there's about 20 other droids here.
That's a good start.
I was going to say.
You all laughed at me for 5 playthroughs, and now I have the upper hand.
You will respect my authority.
Yeah.
And yes, you can just upload your program into the others. Because technically, they're all identical.
Yeah.
And once you learn one exploit, you work on all the others.
What can I say? I'm mad with power. Let's go. Full tilt here.
Yes.
You also realize each of them has a thermal detonator built into the chest.
Oh, convenient.
While all assassin droids have them, and these were designed with that feature.
Yes.
Oh.
Dino's going down.
Suicide Squad, I like it.
Dino's going up.
Yeah. And until you had interfaced with them, the protocol was on standby. Now it's ready to go on a command from you.
Power.
That's Mathis the Conqueror to you.
And Bex has provided a nice red button for you.
This is just getting better and better.
Okay, this is a one-shot conquering, but hey, conquering it is.
If you're going to do it, you do it with style.
Yeah, that's right.
So what a thermal
Oh yeah, he has
So,
the
So
he had the balls
you
to
know
try
how
and make the being out of the droids.
It's a really big.
So you know how you do about
Yeah.
maybe 10 to 13 damage on an attack? It does 20, and then it does 20 over a large area.
So what
It's,
was
it's
that?
just boom. And if you get critical successes on it, you can sort of increase that.
So
I like it.
is Mathis's plan that we maybe march in some droids for inspection by Timu, and then
And technically the programming was defective until you fixed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Remember when
I mean, look, I want to kill him, but I want to make sure he really stays dead.
everybody stone
20
dead.
damage.
yeah.
Absolutely dead. Everybody in the room.
Yep.
Okay, so it doesn't take you long before you drop out of hyperspace and see the orange-yellow ball of Tatooine hanging in space before you. As you enter the atmosphere, the ship's comm crackles to life, and you hear the siblings talking with Mos Shutter Spaceport Control. The conversation seems to proceed as expected, and shortly you are coming in for landing at Mos Shutter in Landing Bay Auric, as it is as if you never left.
Oh,
So
look at this handy dandy map.
handy map.
No longer have our ship.
So Timo's Palace is there, and that's the one where you stole the thing from.
Yep.
So apparently you've now got to cross the entirety of the area. It would have been so convenient for it to land at Besk.
But
Yes, it would have just been past the barracks and into the palace.
Yeah,
Can
but
we park
alas,
behind it?
we have to go. We have to walk all the way around.
we're going to go the long way. Get intercepted.
Which doesn't have his palace on here, because there is another one that shows his palace.
Yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately, that is in the expansion stuff.
Ah.
Okay. So, as you know, his place is highly guarded.
Yeah.
And normally a frontal assault would be suicide. But if you're not doing the frontal assault, it's not particularly suicidal.
Yes. Wait till dark and then walk all the droids around the outside of town. Somebody will notice.
I was gonna say it's gonna be expected the droids are unloaded
Yes.
at this stage.
Okay, so you could pretty much march the droids up to the front of the place. You could pretty much travel with the droids as, but they will probably pick up who you are fairly quickly, as there are cameras all over town.
Yeah.
They haven't been shot out yet.
Yeah.
You could disguise yourself now that you've got costumes of a sort.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I wish just
Put my collar up and wear a hat.
a really neat hat like Mathis's.
Yeah.
It's fine as that.
And
I was
I'm
going to
good.
say,
So
you
which
cannot match that bonnet.
Yeah, pretty blue bonnet.
It's a hat worthy of a conqueror.
It is.
As long as it doesn't command flying monkeys.
Nope, just crawling ones.
I think I've just given Mathis some plans.
Yes.
Well, he does have an army of droids behind him, so
I know,
it's
but-
very similar.
Yeah, but replace that with an army of flying droids.
We just put rocket packs on all of them.
That'll rocket packs and thermal detonators on the same droid.
Ooh.
I'm standing over there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, with the rest of the cargo, there were no other slaves on board, or
No other slaves on board. This was a shipment of battle droids.
Just the droids.
Yeah. So,
And they are heavily modified B1 droids. So, not the ones you would have expected to see on sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could we go up to the front gate and be like, I'm offering you a tribute wink of these droids to the team. May I please come in?
They might
Go the Trojan
recognize
horse.
you as the problem, and not.
Well, I could offer it as a peace offering after,
Well, you could also
taking his money and running.
So another option you can do is repack the droids back into their packaging while they're on,
And
and then activate them to do stuff after they've been delivered.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because technically you
Storage
have
balls.
That would be a Trojan
Yes.
horse, and all you have to do is sneak to the palace yourself another way.
Yep.
I think go with that.
Yep.
That sounds good
And
to me.
that way you don't run foul of the bounty hunter and the siblings.
Yes. Because we want to avoid them.
Yeah. It's much
Especially
quieter.
the bounty hunter.
Yeah, it's much quieter to not have these things walking around.
Yeah. So I think program them to Trojan horse in, and then we will disguise and try to find our way.
The hut
Sideways.
does have a landing pad off the side of the
Oh yeah.
palace down below, but that requires you to get off the plateau
Yeah.
and get round to it that way.
Yeah.
But that way would not have cameras. Because no one's stupid enough to do that on the
Actually do
Dune
that.
Sea.
Yes.
Hmm.
Because there are things in the sand.
Yep. And the walls are quite high.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, package them up.
That's gonna be the best option.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think of how else to get through a heavily guarded city and
Rent a delivery truck and wear a hat.
Find a group of Imperials and impersonate them.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to inspect your droids.
Yeah.
Is there a Wookiee amongst you? No, he's just tall for a stormtrooper.
We were here a week ago. Did they clean up those dead stormtrooper bodies in the street?
Yeah, that would have been pretty quick.
It would have been because if not, the jar was ate well that night.
Yeah.
Yes, and bodies go manky in the heat really quick.
Yeah.
No need to cook.
Yeah, but you still got to cut it thin, really thin slices, and there are other things.
I definitely think
Hey, the jar was really
trying
our
to
scavenger race.
go in as undercover and as sideways as
reptilian.
possible is going to be the best option.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to stealth it, who's going to lead your stealth? Because you can stealth as a group,
Pretty good stuff.
I
do.
but you can be
yellow and
umbrellaed under everyone else's stealth.
yeah,
I
Sasha
will,
can lead that.
yes,
What is Sasha's stealth?
yes.
I think
I
I
will-
might have some bonuses. from
I will
my-
back up other
my
people's
flavor.
stealth and take advantage
but
of
it's,
better skills.
A yellow 2 green, unupgraded.
Let's see if we've got anything more on there. We definitely. So you got a yellow and 2 green.
Yeah. I think all of this.
That's
was-
me. Yeah,
that's what
he's
I
got 3 green.
So
Where
I
is
can
that
add a blue
I don't
per stealth or coordination check.
So I think I got Sasha in this one.
Mm.
So I was preparing it earlier.
Yeah.
So yes. So you have 2 yellow, 1 green, 1 blue.
Yep.
I have a dice pool of
And a
4.
reroll.
So you
on
can add an extra
Ooh,
one.
nice.
a
Yep.
perception.
I would like that, please.
So you can start off with the stealth, see if you can get through there without being seen.
Yep, that'd be
It's fairly hard to do that. So like D6, it uses the same rough terminology for difficulties.
Right.
And so you've got simple 0, easy 1, average 2, hard 3, difficult 4, formidable 5, and there's another version for above 5.
Yeah. Possibly heroic.
Oh, look at
Because
that!
D6 does
We're
that.
taking this one away.
Well, technically there was nothing to be upgraded,
Okay, cool.
and I hadn't increased the difficulty.
Okay.
So yes, you managed to successfully sneak them through. Let's
Nice.
see if you can see an opening using perception.
Yep, so
Who's the Percepticles?
It would be
it is 1 yellow, 2 green, and then if I fail, I got a free upgrade.
If you fail, you can
reroll.
You have a-
upgrade reroll.
you can re-roll some of the dice.
Yeah. Once per session, reroll any 1 perception
Yeah.
or vigilance check.
Okay, so with perception, it's based on cunning. Does anyone have a high cunning? She's got 3.
Okay. Well, in that case, that won't be me.
No.
Got 3.
Probably. I think
No,
mine's.
because you can pair with someone with a high cunning and add your bonuses to that stuff.
Mm.
No, I think
Mine's-
3
So
is the
your
highest.
basically it's your skill, our stat.
She has the highest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can give you some assistance from the others. Just keeping it simple.
Yep.
And you can remove one of the dice.
We'll remove. I guess that one.
If we're looking at what the dice are here, technically that won't end up being a success, so she can actually choose to re-roll some of the dice.
So I will choose. So in terms of what we have, how many dice can she re-roll?
She can choose. She can only re-roll once, but she can choose the dice to re-roll.
Oh, okay. Because it says you could re-roll the check, but I guess you don't want to
that-
re-roll all of them.
So if you've rolled really well on a dice, you probably don't want to re-roll it.
Okay.
But these ones,
But
you
if
probably
keep-
re-roll all of those.
But if you've got a threat or something like that,
And these
re-roll
ones
that
you
one.
would leave,
Yeah.
and these ones you would re-roll.
Yeah.
So re-roll
that makes
all of
sense.
these.
Mhm.
Because these ones can't get any worse.
Yeah, like those are what they are, so that's fine. So we'll keep those just dice. And somehow I did worse.
Not really, because there are no failures.
Yeah.
So those go away. You can discount this one as the one you discount.
Yep. Okay.
And then when you look at it, that cancels out.
Yep.
Did
That
it
becomes
all
a
cancel
success.
out?
And you ended up with 3 successes and a threat.
Yep.
It would have been a failed roll if you didn't use your reroll.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
it's okay.
So that came in handy.
And that's
did.
why choosing what you reroll and going, the red dice have threats on them.
Yeah, keep
Let's leave the
those.
threats.
Yeah, the threats didn't matter.
The threats
so
can
much.
apply as strain to make things difficult and you possibly knock out,
Yeah.
but it's
it's-
not going to stop you succeeding.
Yeah.
It's not a go home.
And it's not a despair. So yes, you see a window of opportunity below. He does have a his own transport docked below his palace, and less security on that, especially with everyone going up to the front gates to receive the delivery.
Yeah.
Mm.
I will point this out.
nice to
no,
be our own
it
distraction.
Was it Ascara who did that?
It was you.
Yeah.
So I'll point out the transport's probably our best opportunity to get Timo.
Yeah.
And plus, denying him access to it when everything goes bad means, well, he's not going to get out of there.
Well, the thing is, if things go boom and he manages to escape, he's escaping towards us
Yeah.
and almost definitely on his own.
Yep.
Okay.
So you might get a chance at your
You're a
Yes,
Hutt
no.
skull.
Yeah, man.
yeah.
There's also 20
Self-delivery.
thermal
Yeah.
blasted
Thermal detonators.
thermal detonated droids in our
Yes.
crew now.
I'm not normally the sort
Well,
of person who'd appreciate or
Mathis, the Conquerors.
accept that sort of thing, but this is Timo.
Okay, so
Same, but yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to abseil down to the landing area.
Pretty
Yeah.
sure that's the best way down.
Yep.
You do have a Wookiee with climbing claws that makes it fairly easy to get down in an escarpment.
Yes, I'm reasonably good at athletics and I'm trained in coordination, so I can back people up.
And between the 6 of you, you'd definitely be able to rig something up to get down there.
Oh yeah.
So instead of spending a lot of time on that, we say you make it down to the landing just as Mathis gets notification that his droids are coming online.
Ooh.
And he
Have
had,
droids play Flight of the Valkyries.
Valkyrie.
and it's just waiting for your approval before they murder everything in sight.
Go on, Mr. Conqueror.
Shouldn't we wait for
Tell
them
them to
get
conquer.
close to Timo?
I was going to say, are they in position?
Yeah.
And where do we want them to be? Because we
Well,
want them to be tactical.
They're currently inside the last of the shield doors. Timor has 6 shield doors.
Hmm.
Each one's enough to stop a runaway vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to get through that last one? And
No, they're inside the shield
yeah,
doors.
inside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Because you can't really unpack when you've got to go down a narrow corridor past
Yeah.
all these doors. They go, book.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
So
good.
tell them to spread out, go give someone a hug, and then say conquer.
Oh, they don't actually
Yeah.
have to blow up. They could literally take the place with just their weaponry.
Yeah, just
Well,
shoot.
actually, yeah, do that. if they
let's not go full fireworks shebang just yet.
yeah.
Just that if one of
I
them
would
disables
say-
it, they'll blow up.
Yeah,
They need to.
there is that.
They need to separate
Yeah.
any slaves from guards and Timu.
How does Mathis determine separation?
That's a good point.
Safely.
A lottery system.
What? No.
Lottery system.
Pick a number, wrong number, bang. Pick a number, wrong number, bang.
No, that's not how that goes.
What number am I thinking? Nope, bang.
Use the word.
I was thinking blue.
Do not use the word divide.
No.
So what
Or-
does?
or
So
clean.
Mathis has expressed a lottery system for saving the sister of Oscar.
Mathis,
Yes.
just rescue
No.
all of them.
I'm happy. All of them?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's play it safe.
I thought I'd just
Okay.
throw that in at the end there when
Yes.
I was going to say, did you still want to go ahead?
Yeah.
I'll be mad the merciful, not the heroic.
The merciful
So
conflict.
literally, it's better.
You could program
Yes.
it that anybody with the collar is likely a slave. Do not kill.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
else. They're
would-
firing
yeah.
back. Kill.
If one of them blows up
Predecessor,
inside
yeah.
the palace, most of the slaves won't survive.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
want that. I want the
And-
slaves to get out.
Yes.
Alright, so let's kind of get to be like a, almost like that. If they've got a weapon in their hand and they're aiming it, do you consider it a threat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not one of us.
The teddy bear was loaded, I promise.
Also, stay in groups of 4. Don't go out solo.
So what's the story when slaves pick up weapons?
It shoots the slave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would
'Cause
say
if I saw someone fall next to me and they had a weapon, I'd pick it up and start shooting at the bad guys and then get gunned down by them.
And depending on what it determines a weapon.
Well, you could always tell them, if you're a slave, we're rescuing you. And
And does that mean the cowardly henchman of Timu would want to be like, yes, I'm a slave, let me go, let me go.
I mean,
At that
yeah,
point-
but
at
that's
that
fine
point,
with
we
me.
get them out,
That's fair.
armed, or disarm them. That would be a thing. In that case, we get them out armed, and then we can do some justice.
Okay, so the instructions are, ask them if they're a slave. If they say no, shoot them.
No,
Without battle droids,
Very-
after all.
It's
they are battle
rude,
droids.
but...
They're not that.
It needs to
dumb,
be
though.
it needs to be very clear.
They're not that smart.
It doesn't. It shouldn't be too complicated though, and
No,
it
it
shouldn't
shouldn't.
be
It
able
shouldn't.
to be misinterpreted.
Drop
Yes.
your weapons and you will not be fired upon.
Yep. And just gather up everybody.
Could
Yeah, that's why I
could gather everybody and bring them to the landing bay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're trying to make it clear.
And if they drop their weapons by throwing it at your droids, does that count as dropping the weapon?
No, that counts as an attack.
I just want to clarify because there are
Yeah.
droids involved.
Yes.
They don't exactly understand drop.
Well, I was gonna say, can they take?
I mean, the safest is to be some sort of like evacuate or evacuate kind of thing. Because if you're a slave, you want to get out. If the opportunity is there, get out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be fighting the robots that are telling you to leave the place that you were imprisoned in.
Okay, just to make it easier, I can say that their weapons would have stun settings.
Yeah.
You could simply have them switch to stun and knock everything
Shoot
out.
everything.
Shoot everything.
That's
Yeah.
we can do that.
Nothing dies until you kill them.
You just took all the fun out of it for Mathis.
But he still gets to shoot everyone.
You get to actually conquer this way.
Same.
No, you
Yeah,
get-
every empire needs someone to build it afterwards. So
That's right.
And then you can personally deal with them yourself.
Yes.
Like any overlord.
Yes.
Well, yes. Alright, that makes sense. I'd say non-lethal. Non-lethal.
Yeah. Get the ones you don't like.
I feel sorriest for Lorik because
Yeah.
He doesn't have any more skulls to add to his collection.
Well,
if
yes.
Lorick kills him, he gets to add the skull.
Yeah.
So yes, there are alarms sounding on the doors nearby as the droids start activating and shooting everything in sight.
Yes.
Considering their stun shots don't affect each other, they can literally shoot each other and hit people standing near them.
Just foom everything.
If it moves, shoot it. So, hey, they're actually you just hear sirens start going up around Mos Espa. Or Mos Shooter, as it is.
Yeah.
As
Everybody panics.
smoke starts rising out of the top of Timo's palace. Well, when you shoot the cooks and they fall in the food, and hey, bad things happen. At least he doesn't have a rancor.
What a cheap bastard.
So I was gonna say, will they? We'll time it with
Well, no, because he was rich.
like
Yeah.
when popcorn's going off. Just wait for the firing to slow down.
Okay, so coming out the side door is a rather puffed Hutt. He wasn't going to wait around for the others to deal with things.
Of course.
Because hey, if they actually dealt with it all, he wouldn't have any problems.
Yes. They're not dealing, he's leaving. Falls right into our arms.
And I do have a Hutt crime lord nemesis here for you to personally deal with. As I ask you for the end of the session's initiative.
Okay. Are we doing vigilance?
It is cool because you were prepared. You were not surprised.
Okay.
Right.
You had set the threat. You had laid it all out quite well.
My vigilance is better than mine.
Right.
From Mathis, 1 success, 1 advantage. For Oscaro, 1 success, 1 advantage.
3 green for me.
For Pash, 2 success, 3 advantage.
Whoa.
2 green for me.
Nice. I got myself in a good spot.
For Lord, 3 advantage. What is it for Sasha?
Cool is unfortunately just 1 yellow, 1 green.
Oh no, that's
Hey,
good.
yours
Pretty
is
good.
trained.
No,
please.
my
Yours is good.
perception is 1, my vigilance is 1 yellow, 2 green.
3 success, 1 advantage.
Nice.
How did I get 3 successes?
Because you have 1 yellow and a green.
1
Some
green.
of them have more than one result.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay.
So you got the best one so far, whereas the Hutt is going purely on vigilance.
He'd go, yeah.
He's
he
not
would.
expecting someone to be down here.
But he's doing it on willpower. He's a Hutt though.
Yeah. Which means they got a lot.
So he got 6 advantages.
But no
He feels
successes.
super good about this.
So he's you can tell he's ahead of one member of the party.
Mhm.
Whoever that ends up to be is up to you guys, because you can choose who goes when.
Yeah.
And Vex won't be doing an action in this because it's just the last of you there. Who wishes to act first as you see the Hutt in his... carrying a large bore pistol.
Yep.
And a vibro axe in the other hand.
Vibrox showdown?
I know there's a Wookiee here who has a vibroaxe and a really big gun.
And needs 1 more skull for his collection.
Yes.
He does.
I'm going to say, can I be first, please? Because first up, I got quick draw. I'm always ready for things. I've got quick strike.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to aim
Mm-hmm.
at the vibroaxe. I'm going to try and disarm him.
Okay.
Okay.
Because him without the vibroaxe is far less scary.
He does have a brawn of 6.
Yes. So my gun skill is 2 yellow, 1 green.
2 yellow, 1 green.
Plus the quick strike gives me a blow
Quick strike gives you a blue.
because because he has not acted yet.
Yeah, it's not
So I
active
get the
yet,
bonus for a quick strike.
which is why it's always good to go first when you can.
Yep.
I am going to upgrade one of his dice because it's all black.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the crime lord after all.
Yes.
So, technically, that was a very good hit. You got 2 successes and 2 advantages. So not a critical hit,
No,
unless you were using one of Medieanosin weapons.
which I don't have because those 3 I haven't.
And where did I put it?
Beep, 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 beep.
And this has a chart of all the base weapons, so I can look them up quickly. So I believe you got given the heavy blaster
I'm
pistol.
using a heavy blaster pistol. Yep.
So that is damage 7 base, so that means you're doing 8 damage. And I'm gonna say with the 2 advantages, you hit the weapon, but not quite get it out of his hands. So you think you've damaged it.
Cool. Alright, a damaged vibroaxe is
Gives him a black dice on his attacks.
Yeah.
If you damage it 4 times, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was first one up was Ash. Who wishes to go next?
I would like to go using one of those Geonosin weapons. So hopefully one of the heavy ones.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to.
Would you like to switch it to full order?
Why the hell not?
It's a big target.
It is more difficult to attack. Increases difficulty by 1.
Yeah.
And I will be upgrading on this one as well because it is Timo.
I'm gonna do it. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. With that, I would like to once per round precise aim. To reduce the target's defense by 1.
Mm-hmm.
He has no defense.
Oh, well then that's.
He wasn't thinking ahead. No hot armor.
No.
They have specialized armor that looks scary.
The only
Yes.
other thing I have
And
is
some of them were
if I am successful, I get to add 2 damage with point blank.
Okay, so what is your ranged heavy?
My range heavy is 2 yellow, 2 green,
2 yellow, 2 green, and aiming.
and
You
aim.
can choose to aim twice.
Ooh.
I'll do it. Aim twice.
Okay.
You're about to make a mess, I hope.
That's the goal. Ah! No! Oh,
Okay, so that is always an interesting result as that goes away.
That was really successful for something
So
bad to happen.
technically that would be a critical hit.
That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 success, 3 advantage, of which
Jesus.
that is a critical hit
So that was
with a despair.
7.
That was the one shot you get.
17. 15 damage.
That's intense.
But
He
how
takes 5.
many extra hits do you get?
He takes 5.
He
His
takes
soak
5.
is 10.
Yes. He's big and tough and blubbery.
And you can use the crit, but the auto fire jams and the gun stops working.
Sad, sad.
Give it to
Thankfully,
Mathis.
hopefully, the next time I get to
Let's
go,
make this
I
go.
do have quick draw as a skill. Once per round, draw or holster a weapon or accessible
Yep.
item as an incidental.
Mm.
So this round, holster that now that it's broken. Next round, I'll use it again to get the other gun out.
You can use my version of that exact same gun if you want. Because I'm using the bowcaster.
Yeah, we'll get.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a Scara gun. Who wishes to go next?
Send it between Mathis and Lord. Is it Lord? How do you say it? Lord. That's it. Does Lord want to borrow?
I'm happy to go next.
Alright. What do you want to do?
Mathis is next. Does Mathis run up and punch him?
Yeah, let's just make it a very symbolic killer blow.
Do you want to run up and punch him, or do you want to run up and grab onto his tail with your shock gloves?
The tail is one of his strongest limbs.
I didn't say it was a smart idea.
Head.
He's got to get smacked
Tail
with
is
the
the
tail.
strongest, goes with the head.
And the head is big enough to swallow a humanoid.
Yeah.
But not from behind.
Yeah.
Go for his blubbery stomach.
Hit him
Make
where
that
he's softest.
bubble wobble.
He's got tiny arms like a T-Rex.
So I aim for the softest point.
Do it later, here. Choke the bastard.
Yeah.
Alright.
Choke him.
Like, teach him to be into auto asphyxiation.
Okay, so what is your brawling?
I remember it's
2 yellow,
2.
1 green.
2 yellow, 1 green.
2 yellow, 1 green. You rush up to him. And Timo has increased the difficulty.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Okay, so you wail on his stomach.
Nothing.
No one notices the difference.
Timo doesn't even look at you.
Oh no, he does look, and he has that look of lunch is served.
No, no.
So now it is
That's
up
about
to
a bad time.
Lorik or Sasha.
I was thinking the Wookiee would like to go.
Would the Wookiee like to bowcast her away?
Why not? I'm going to upgrade.
The Timo upgrades.
Timo gets a choice to upgrade first.
He is your nemesis.
So I don't get to upgrade.
No.
Not until he runs out of upgrades.
Okay. So my heavy ranged is 3 green. So I'm going to aim twice.
That's not a bad thing to do.
Mm.
And because of his upgrade, he only gets 1 dice. Okay, so not as successful as he would like.
Yeah,
But
okay.
3 successes with a bowcaster means that is 12 damage.
Wow, that's good.
And so 2 of that damage gets through.
Wow, so good 10.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He is quite beefy. Though I'm sure it just makes him look fat.
my mom says it's all muscle.
Okay, so he
That would be very much our Timo sound.
he is going for
He's gonna eat Mathis.
actually
No.
he's going to go for a big swing with his vibro axe at Mathis right in front of him.
Mathis, run
Oh,
away.
Where's my
Yes,
grades? Where
yes,
can I
in the
throw it in
lead.
front of me like a human shield? A robot shield.
Might be what you need to do next round. Call them
I'm
out
gonna
here.
change one of those over to that.
What,
As
the
that
beacon
goes over
picks
to
up
there.
Inside the thing.
Unfortunately, 1 black dice for the shot, and because he's doing a brawl, is it for brawl or melee? Melee attack, he adds another 3 black dice.
Huh.
And does Mathis have anything special on him? Mathis.
Oh,
No. Fine shooting tougher. Would have helped if I'd have refreshed.
Yes.
Well, at least you got more hit points to deal with on the incoming blow.
Yeah.
As there is a lot of dice involved. He'll aim and get rid of 2 black dice. Actually, he can only get rid of 1. He's only got 1 maneuver. He's a slug. They have a limitation. Apparently there's a lot of badness in his way.
Oh.
Oh, so sad for him.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean he failed the check?
He literally failed the check.
He did.
Ah.
So good for Mathis.
Yes.
But he got 3 advantages. So he's going to use the 3 advantages to strike Mathis's gloves.
Oh.
Yeah.
And he inflicts 1 level of damage on the gloves with a swinging strike.
Oh no, my beautiful gloves.
Yep, they're sparking. He didn't destroy them, but if he had got enough advantages, he could have just sliced them. And you are lucky this is not the upgraded rules, because as an adversary, he would automatically upgrade all checks,
Yeah.
depending on what level of adversary he's listed as.
Mm.
Okay, so that brings us to Ariadna.
I'll use one of our newly acquired
Pew-pews?
Rifles.
heavy ranged weapon, which gives me a yellow and 2 green.
1 yellow and 2 green.
No upgrades, I presume.
Not
No.
yet. But you can
One
aim
away.
twice,
I will aim twice.
which means he was more survivable in the first round of combat. Less survivable in the first round of combat.
Trying to kill me.
No, you just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Five.
successes and
Ooh.
2 advantages,
Oh,
which
wow.
means you critically hit him.
Yay!
Really?
Yeah. Two successes with the Geonosian guns.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 2
Ah,
advantages with the Geonosian
and
guns for a crit.
So that means that it is
Many loss.
you deal 4 damage to him.
That's surprising and well received.
So yes, he's taking a bunch of damage. He'll probably last another 2 rounds this way.
So we're not getting through much at a time, but
But
it's
we're
adding
getting
up pretty
through,
quickly.
yeah. Sonic and Super.
Yeah.
Well, normally you'd expect to have completely owned someone by now by having 5 against 1,
Yeah.
and this sort of
Just
shows
goes-
just how deadly some people can be.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty much caught out in the open, unprepared, running out with 2 weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine this with armor on?
You're
No.
crazy.
No, I can't. And potentially having all your checks upgraded 3 times in the defensive side. So, who wishes to go first? Mathis with his scuffed mitts.
Does Mathis wish to
Robot
move
armor.
away?
Use your mitts before
I think
they die.
I'm thinking. I'm wondering if there are any droids nearby. Any droids I've got nearby, because I'm thinking like suicide run with a droid into Timu, possibly his mouth,
Suicide for the droid, I presume.
and blow him up.
You may have to get them to unlock doors along the way.
Okay. Well, I think I've got. If I can move away, I think I've got a blaster.
Yep.
So am I able to step back and shoot as I'm stepping back?
You can step back and shoot. What is
I will
your
do
range
that.
light?
My range light is 2 greens, so not that much.
2 greens. Unfortunately, you can't aim.
Yep.
You
Okay.
maneuver already.
Just get myself out of safety, I think is what I'm aiming for.
Yeah.
Okay,
no.
so you go click and the gun just melts in your hand. Unfortunately, you kept the dud.
You kept the bad
Oh no!
one. Throw the dud at Timu.
Got a little confused in combat there.
It's more like the story of Icarus at this point. I went so close to the sun with my army, and now it's just everything falling apart in an instant.
And then the gun blows up in your head. Well, it was a despair only on the result.
It was, yeah.
Ouch.
Okay, so that was Mathis the one-armed.
Well, someone had to lose a limb. It's Star Wars.
Hey, we haven't lost a limb yet.
Last time I had people lose a limb, I lost 2 in the same battle.
How?
Yeah,
Both
that's-
lost the same arm.
Yeah, it was
Ow.
actually kind of funny.
Shot off by a starship.
By a starship.
At least they
Yeah.
survived the shot.
We were in the garage.
I have a robot arm now.
Mm.
It's fun.
Well, they were saying I'm invincible sort of thing at the time.
Ah, so you decided to show them the error of their ways, as a GM should.
Feel like
I think it was the dice that schooled them.
it was the
The,
dice.
the dice always show.
Yeah.
The dice are always true to how the story should unfold, I'm sure.
Either one of you guys want to go next? Or
Does our Wookiee wish to use his bowcaster?
I'm happy to wait.
Okay,
People want
I'll go.
Okay.
Yep.
yeah.
He has no more upgrades left.
Yep. I'll go
I
after
would
you.
like to
Well, we've
use
got upgrades
quick
now.
draw to get a different gun that isn't that is actually working.
Did you want to use the same kind of gun?
I was
that
gonna
You
say-
can use 2 maneuvers to grab the rifle.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, you've now got the rifle.
Yep. And that is 2 yellow, 2 green. And I will upgrade. So that'll turn
Just
one of
don't
those
steal my rifle.
yellow.
There's always a chance.
I know.
It'll-
No red dice though.
It'll
Yeah.
destroy itself.
Let's get back to those geonotions.
Okay, so
What the hell?
by the looks of things, that was quite the success with
pretty
a
okay.
triumph, meaning that would be a third. You could either do it as 2 hits or as a crit. In the basic rules, something can only take 4 crits before they're down.
I will do it as a crit then, because that.
Because if you did it as 2 hits, in comparison, that would be doing 24 damage
That would be enough to take him down, even with a
Is
10
that before
soak.
the soak or after the soak?
before the soak. 24
Before the soak.
before the soak.
But that makes
But
it
the soak's
14.
considered against one lot of damage, not of each hit.
Okay, so
Yeah.
be 14 damage with a soak of 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Pretty
considering
good.
we'd already done significant amounts of damage to him.
Either option's actually pretty okay.
Yeah.
We'll go damage.
Okay. So 14
Punch a hole
damage
in
goes
him.
through. Doesn't punch a hole in him. He is still going, but he is the equivalent of D&D bloody.
Mm-hmm.
He's not looking too.
But you have dealt 25 points of damage to him so far.
Yeah. Which is
A
huge
fuck ton.
for Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the Wookiee thinks he's tough, but he's only nowhere near as tough as the. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to get into an arm wrestling match with the Hutt.
Mm.
No.
They may look like they got little arms, but they're not weak.
Yes.
Mm.
Because those big slugs are all muscle.
So, is this where the Wookiee does the final blow and gains the skull?
I guess. So I'll
Pull out the axe and go for it?
yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna go melee with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a move to get to him.
Yep.
I'll aim using strain, and then hit him with the axe.
Can I assist him with a distracting shot on the hut?
You could before the action.
So you would go first,
Yeah,
and then he
I
can
would
go.
go first as a distraction and give you a blue dice.
Okay.
So
So we put in hash.
basically, I'll do this while you're on the move. So I will shoot and then you will hit.
It would be really annoying to get there just in time for him to hit me with his own axe.
Okay, so what is your melee again?
2 yellow, 2 green, upgraded, so that's 3 yellow, a green.
Well, he upgraded his.
I was gonna say, yeah, there
You
was
suck.
yeah, there was no.
He had one available.
Yeah.
Those things look. It's funny.
Apparently, it's good to be the Wookiee.
Feeling real good.
So technically, put it simply, you could have crit him twice.
Oh shit!
And I believe you did enough damage to take him down without the crit, which would also have critted him. So whichever way you slice it, you've sliced the heart.
So you have taken,
Whichever way you slice it,
You have-
you got a skull.
you have beheaded him neatly
Nice. That's how I tend to
and
do it.
finish him off doing it.
So he had 30 hit points
And,
It's 10 soak.
and 10 soak, yes.
Wow.
yeah, and he'd taken 25 hit points,
That's a tough
and then you
dude.
hit him.
And if you had tried to stun him to death, he had 20 strain, so he had a huge
loss.
It's a
amount
lot,
of
yeah.
mental
Yeah.
capacity.
Yeah.
That's why Jedi can't affect them too much. It's like, yes, I make you weaker by taking your strain.
Ugh.
I
You
think
need to
that's
use
I think
more
that's
than
most of their defenses against Jedi is the fact that Jedi effects like to reduce people's mental capacity.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes. Whereas if you used a pure I stun you effect, which I don't think the Jedi have,
Mm.
stun grenades.
Yeah.
So yes, you have successfully defeated Timo.
Hooray!
You have rescued Osaka's sister
Okay.
because you decided not to blow the palace up.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you.
I gave you all the ways to do so.
do we find all her sister amongst all the slaves? I
You do. You find
Yeah,
all
we
the
do.
slaves
We rescue all
stunned
the slaves.
senseless. Anytime they start waking up, they're shot again.
Right. So you can call the droids off now.
That'd be hilarious. We walk in there and the droids start hosing us down with stun shots.
Literally, that's
We're
what they
not-
would do until he told them to shut down.
No.
Yeah.
He didn't have a friend and foe differentiator. It was anything that moved.
Yes. So we stop moving until he tells them to shut up. Yes.
So I think
I don't think I'm going near the droids until after Mathis gives.
Yes,
the
push the button.
command
Not
that-
that button.
Yeah.
You know what? I've been humbled by my near-death experience at the last moment, and I will resort to pacifist mode for my droids.
Right.
so. Is this where
So-
we gather my sister, we gather up the droids, and we try to find a way to get the heck out of Dodge?
Well,
We-
there is the Hutt's personal
Oh, how
ship,
convenient.
which you can use to get back to yours.
And we can get all of the all the unconscious people we want to take, get the droids to put them on the ship, so it
Yep.
doesn't take very long.
Yep.
Mm.
Then we can get on out of here and
Loot
we
the palace for anything that
loot
value.
the
While,
Loot the
while,
palace
while the droids are
and
doing their thing.
comms to our dude. Say
Done.
mission complete.
And you get the info for Jabba, and Jabba would then be happy that you
Yeah.
took out his nuisance for him.
Exactly. That way Jabba doesn't come after us for.
And you took it out with the thing he was going to use against Jabba.
Yes.
Because those droids were meant for Jabba's infiltration.
So
He was going to do exactly the same thing you were doing, but do it to Jabba.
The irony.
Yes.
You used his
The
plan
boss.
against him.
Yes. Right. So our employer, I'm presuming, would, given these droids, take them or use them for plots.
He would probably just say, do what you will with them, because it's not his problem.
Mathis the Conqueror.
Yeah,
Rides.
In my private army of death droids.
I see myself taking my army forward onto new adventures across the galaxy.
Yes.
As someone
Much
then
like
does
the-
the
much
chest
like the
shot
X-Men.
right next to you as it blows up,
Yeah.
taking out the entire
Yeah.
army in one
Actually-
big bloom.
Considering who's on the other ship, we might as well just take Timo's ship,
Yeah.
so we don't have to worry about
Yeah. No, we're just gonna take
being
his shit.
quiet.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna just take
So we'll
his.
just take him back
and
to
then
the boss
we're just be like, Jabba, be cool, cool, and then yeah,
and go to the boss. We cool.
yeah.
Cool.
And you would be quite a lot more richer because 50k for stopping Timo. Probably another 50k from Jabba for stopping Timo.
Which
Anything
is
else we found in his palace?
Both bounties
Dunno.
would be. They both pay us the bounty for it.
in terms of credits, we're essentially millionaires.
Well, it would be 50k for putting down a rival.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yes,
If you take
there's that.
100k and you split it 6 ways,
And then the
It's not
droids
like
themselves
billions.
would each
Yeah.
be worth 50
Yeah.
to 100k each.
But I think they use the same value for a credit as the older Star Wars game does, which means for our present dollars, add a zero.
Zero?
Add a zero.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
zero.
yeah. Yeah, so it's essentially
So-
like 50 credits.
So 20 grand a pop,
yeah,
200 grand
exactly.
in Australian dollars.
Yes.
It's a fortune. It's enough for characters to go. We can now go retire on a planet somewhere without actually worrying about interference.
Yep.
Or we've got a ship that we can spend a little bit of money, make it look better, and maybe do some stuff that doesn't involve actual crime. because we're probably better at it.
You'd expect at least 1 year or so in retirement before you start
Oh, yeah,
anything,
no, keep
based
it-
on the fact
well-
that there's a bounty still floating around.
No, I give my money to the Twi'leks. So go hard.
Mm.
Arm yourselves up. Go hard.
Or you could even become gun smugglers for the Twi'leks.
arms and bring them more guns.
I'd be
Yeah.
happy to help them, but
But if you spent all your money on guns, took it to the Twi'leks, they give you more money, you go spend that on more guns, give it to the Twi'leks.
That's
So at that point, we become
that's precisely
gun
what I was
traders
thinking of
because we're
doing.
not smuggling.
oh yeah.
Not really.
You're just
So-
doing it illegally.
A little bit.
If you wanted to join Sasha, because that's exactly what she's doing with her money.
No, it's easy. We just get the boxes
Yeah.
and label them as tractor parts.
I mean, my characters found a lot of love for the Twi'leks during the recent adventures. So
Yeah, they're really
more than
good.
happy to help.
They're really good at brushing your fur.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And there'll be many little Twi'leks going grrr,
Never got
every time you show up.
yeah.
Where's some of the people who are looking like,
Just really getting that shine going. Yeah, right there.
You know, he's
That's a big beefy boy, that one.
he's a well-groomed
Yeah.
Wookiee, that boy.
which is why when I described the other generations as making you look small,
Yeah.
you knew they were big and
Yeah.
beefy.
Yeah. Yeah. Most Wookiees are sort of really thin. You're like 3 Wookiees in a suit.
I'd say Oscar will take her sister, find some moon somewhere, and go off into retirement until she's inevitably called to
Fix
one
it.
last job.
We've got this problem with this run again.
Yeah.
And probably
Yeah.
be Sasha and anyone else
Cash
who's joined up.
and look,
Oh,
yeah.
definitely Pash.
Call
Well,
you in.
We're just stopping for a layover. Do you mind if you come with us for this one?
Like, can you consult on this?
well,
It would be easier if you just come with and it's easier to explain that way.
well, there's also the thing of this ship was gained by us, so I can't call it mine per se,
It's the group.
and I can't afford to actually buy you out because these things, even an old one,
It's
aren't
expensive.
cheap.
They're about 100k
Yeah,
each.
I don't care.
that's expensive.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
she
I
would.
don't care.
But that's the thing.
And
It's
If
money. I don't
Yeah.
care.
but stuff needs
so
to
there's
be done.
technically 2 ships.
Oh yeah, technically we own 2.
That's because we've still got Timos.
Yeah.
And
We
Jabba
could sell
would
that.
also happily
That's
gift them
Yeah.
as part of his deal. Because
Cool.
he'll be ecstatic he didn't have to expend any resources on dealing with
He's
his
like, oh, I
traitorous
had a problem.
nephew.
You fixed it? Great.
So all he has to do is talk to the paperwork people and go, "That's theirs now," and they go, "Here's the paperwork." There we go.
Yeah.
Done.
Here's the official seal from the Imperial person. His finger's probably still attached.
Yes. No, the Imperial person's owned by Jabber. He doesn't need to get a tag.
Yes, but if he doesn't do it fast enough, he loses a limb.
Well, yeah, that's why he's really quick.
Mm,
Because he's not dumb.
there we go.
Some of them are. That's why they're there.
So, yeah.
Well, Darth Vader doesn't send anyone useful there.
Yeah.
So what becomes
So-
our group's name? Mathis the Conqueror and the Killer Crew.
And associates.
Mathis and friends.
No, it's
and friends.
Mathis and friends, but the ship's called the Conqueror.
Oh, there we go.
It's a cargo ship.
I
It's got
like
one
this
gun
plan
on it, but it's called the
Mathis
Conqueror.
being the quote unquote head of this. When
Yeah.
really we know that. like-
Kensley, are you saying that I didn't suffer enough?
Yes.
And I'm sure he's sporting a nice shiny hand not long afterwards.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And a hat.
So he's the
And a hat.
captain.
Yes.
So everything's his fault.
Oh
Yeah. There we go. You're the boss.
Also got the
Hi, boss.
appropriate hat for the occasion.
You pay all the fees and fines, and
Well, that comes out of ship money. But,
yeah. Because Ascara definitely did though she was partial in leading the group, she did not want to be
leader.
the leader. She would rather be the puppeteer.
So, what did you think
Tactician.
of the story and system?
the story I quite
That was a
like.
cute
It's
story.
amusing.
I liked
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I thought it was.
Gave you much wiggle room to get up to much mischief.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I liked it.
And Murder Hobo as well as Pacifist would still work.
Yeah, like there was definitely a lot of options for less
Different ways to do things,
craziness.
which is good adventure design no matter the system.
I do like how those adventures are designed in the sense it shows you so many different ways of doing things,
Yeah.
but wrapped up into a small
Yeah.
stat block.
Yeah.
So you don't
That's-
have to
Yeah.
think too hard.
I was watching a video a few days ago on adventure design by one of the major known adventure designers. He actually does a lot of stuff for D&D, but not just that. And he's using some older techniques, which is still in use, and that is the core of the design. Don't give them a path. Don't give them a situation. Give them an environment that has a situation in it, which has all sorts of things they could do, all different ways you can go. And in fact, the original person the idea is taken from is one of the original D&D adventure writers, Janelle Jackies.
I read some stuff.
One of the only female writers that ever wrote for TSR.
I did read some of the stuff from
She
some of
wrote
those
a
people,
bucket
and they
load of
talked about the writing a murder mystery,
Yeah.
Oh,
where
yeah.
the whole murder mystery is here's a whole lot of evidence,
Yep.
and there's actually no solution in the module.
Yeah.
So the solution is whatever the party can put together that sounds reasonable to the
Yep.
table.
Yes.
Nice.
That's how to host a murder. Some of them actually work like that.
And I think that's a better way of doing it because
Yeah.
they rationalize it, they come up with what they do, and then they feel that they've succeeded in the adventure
Then
because they found the solution.
Yeah.
it makes it more.
And that's
complicated.
that's a relatively.
But you don't tell the players that's
No.
the way
Yeah.
it works.
It's a relatively common technique. Is sort of give them something, and if it
Yeah.
sounds good, that's the solution.
Yeah. So Steve, technically, this was Steve's first multi-session campaign of any kind. So Steve, what was your favorite parts of the game?
Just put him on the spot.
I am.
Yeah.
That's just put me on the spot there. Look, starting out was interesting for me just to kind of get a feel of where everyone's baseline is for craziness and wackiness, and I wasn't disappointed. I was like, oh, what are these people going to think of me if I'm trying to steal a bar hose to fight my way through a bar? And
that happened.
it didn't work.
We
Yeah.
But
understand
we tried it.
Yeah. This is from.
You look at it this way: your bar for craziness was not particularly high. I would have
Think
quite
about
easily
that.
gone a lot further than you did.
Yeah.
That's encouraging.
Just ask Kesley just how bad some of the things do get in Star Wars.
Oh, she tells me.
Gets kind of
That's
crazy.
his.
And as a GM, I'm more than happy to egg the players on as far as they want to go.
Sell it to them. Released
I
it to
was
them.
going to say, I'm
Oh, nice.
surprised after hearing
So,
Kesley's stories
it
that
was really
you
pretty.
didn't have a good
But for
recognition
the
of
movie,
how
they did a
crazy
bunch of
things
work.
could get.
because he hadn't started work on it.
It's
Oh.
one of the ones where I try to explain it. It's just like, oh yeah, no, that's part of the story. Blah blah blah. It's like, no, it's really like the dice kind of really determine some craziness sometimes, and
That's why I like the 4 different outcomes on the dice.
Yeah.
The success, failure, advantage, threat, the triumph and despair, and that you can have 4 outcomes in a single roll of the 6 possible
But yeah.
outcomes.
yeah, and like that's what I liked earlier about how there was it was a success with a despair. I'm just like, how does that even work? So, yeah, no, I like this story for how concise they make it very clear, like here, and
Yeah,
it
it
was
is well written.
yeah,
And that's not bad for the beginner games that were written after it was released.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's a very clear, really good like beginner game of how to establish connections, talk to people, go through combat.
Do you like the story that they put into Age of Rebellion, which was pretty good? Though the Force and Destiny one is, it is a very swingy because it is role-playing morality.
Oh.
That's interesting.
And if the party is
That can get bad.
not willing to follow the themes of Star Wars and how you've got to be good moral, not bad moral, then that game completely hoses the campaign.
Yeah, that is something where I'd actually have an introduction that you've got to do something like explain this is how you're supposed to be. Don't go with the later, slightly darker movies. The original 3, they were positive, even with all the dark side stuff. They were positive from beginning to end, from a moral point of view. That is what you are. And then go into the module.
Can a Wookiee who collects skulls fit into that?
No.
No.
He's
We
more.
played this one a little dark.
No, he's more solo and.
This is the
like
one
that.
where playing dark is the best one to do it in because you are fringes. The rebel one,
Please don't think my moral code includes finding a way to justify.
The rebel one is basically the moral of that story is fighting a hopeless cause.
Yeah.
And somehow surviving.
Yep.
So that's the whole focus of the rebel one. Whereas the Force and Destiny one is about how choosing the wrong side is really bad.
Yeah.
And it really pushes out. Whereas the Force and Destiny is anything can happen. No, sorry, the Force Awakens one.
Yeah.
There is a fourth one that is done set in the future, has anything available to it, and it literally is. Adventure feels more random in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Sorry, I was.
It's all good.
Yeah. So I was amused when we started the Traveller game I'm in, when the
We are still recording.
I will go to end credits, do the thing.